Hmm.
Because on this day,
In 1957, Michael Anthony Wright was born.
Huh.
Or perhaps you know him better as I am Wonder Mike, and I'd like to say hello.
I don't know him as any of those things. I've heard of him as Wonder Mike. But.
Now that was the edit, so we didn't get to the part where the chicken tastes like wood, which is the best part of that song, but...
Well, let's just let it go on then, shall we?
On and on and on.
Sure.
And on.
Let's play it underneath the entire show this morning. 4 hours of Rapper's Delight behind everything we do.
So you bust out the door while it's still closed, still sick from the food you ate. And then you run to the store for quick relief from a bottle of KO Pectate. And then you call your friend 2 weeks later to see how
you know what this is, Katie.
And he says,
really,
this is really,
sort of, we've started
an elegant way of wasting time. It's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on X96.
Well, Gina knows every word of the long version of this. Rather than, she spent most of her youth, rather than putting oil in her car, sitting and making sure she, twice she did it twice. Neglected to put oil in her car.
The light should get brighter when it's a problem.
I'm glad you own
Initially, when the light goes on, it's like, okay, this is something like, it's like when your gas light comes on and you still have like 30 miles. Like, okay, it's not all the way gone. It's just a suggestion that maybe you should get some gas.
So you want a series of lights.
Yes.
The first one being, excuse me. The second being, I'm very concerned about this.
Yes.
And the third being, hey, stupid.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would have reacted appropriately.
I wonder why that light's on.
And Daddy Gary's like, what? The light went on. Why didn't you? I'm like, well, I thought it would get brighter or something if it was really a problem.
It would get brighter.
I don't know. It was an expensive lesson.
Yeah, we're talking about Gina letting the oil run out of her Mustang, was it?
Yep.
Mustang.
And you just blew the engine.
Yep, I had to buy a... There was this place, I don't think it's around anymore, American Engine Exchange.
Yeah, I remember that.
Mm-hmm. American Engine Exchange.
Mm-hmm.
And you could just take your car and say, I ruined this.
Could I get a new engine, please? So you say this happened twice.
The other time wasn't my fault.
Why wasn't it your fault?
Well, it wasn't my
Now the first
car.
time was the Mustang?
Yeah.
Okay.
The
So
second
next
time was I was driving my mom's Mini Bronco, which were cute cars, and there was no light. And I joke that I did it twice. Her car just broke down while I had it, and I ruined the engine of that one while I happened to be driving it. But that one wasn't my fault.
Whose fault was it?
I'll own the oil in my Mustang though.
Well, so it was somebody's fault that the car just broke down. Was it the car's fault?
Yeah, it was just a crappy car.
A crappy car.
You've had those.
Yes, I did have a crappy car. I had a car. Carrie remembers that car, that red convertible.
Oh, yeah.
Caused me nothing but problems, and they could never, ever find really what the problem. I'd just come out it was a Capri.
Yeah.
And I would come out and go to start it, and it would just be dead. Totally dead. Not like, the engine would lug and not turn over. It was just nothing. You turn the key, nothing. So we'd take it in. Well, it's an electrical problem. We think we found it. It's okay. It's fixed. And it did run fine for a while, and then I'd go out a few, and same thing would happen again. And they never really did find what was causing that. So I decided I'd buy another car, and I felt guilty about this, but I traded that car in to a dealership. I forget where. Someplace in Salt
And
Lake.
here you go, bye.
Yeah, yeah. Here, they said, "Oh, this is kind of a nice car. Doesn't it?
Yeah,
It's got
it is, bye.
it's beautiful. That's fine. Okay, we'll give."
And I'm outta here.
I felt bad about not disclosing the fact that there was some weird electrical problem with it. But
Well, that never did that for me. I don't know what happened.
it was
No, with the Mini Bronco, it started smoking when I was driving it, and I was on the freeway, and it was dark. It was night, and I'm like, well, I'm not pulling over. This is before cell phones, kids. I'm not just going to pull over on a dark highway and stop and hope somebody finds me. So I kept driving till I got to an exit and went to a gas station and stuff. But apparently me driving it for a period of time when whatever was wrong, ruined the engine. And Daddy Gary was like, why didn't you stop? And I said, because it was dark and it was a freeway. I wasn't going to walk somewhere for... You kids don't know how good you have at having cell phones today.
And what did he say to that?
I mean, he understood. But it was... He's like, but you drove on it while XYZ was happening. I'm like, well, I couldn't park on the side of the road in the dark. I wasn't going to do that.
Well, those were cute cars. Look at that.
They're
Mini
adorable.
Bronco. Cute. That's cute.
No, but the Thunderbird was your fault, though.
A Mustang.
Oh, well, that was... No, my mom's Thunderbird. That's
Yeah,
a
that
different...
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right. You also ruined another one of your mother's cars.
Yeah. I'm finding that there's a, you know, connection to these
It has been a
events.
while since I have ruined a car.
Yeah. Just a few connections to
It's been a
these
while.
events. There's
How many cars have you ruined, though, Gina? It's been
Just
three.
Three.
Three?
Just three.
three that she's willing to admit to here.
You ever you haven't ruined a car, have you, Carrie? You've been in a car that's been ruined.
I've been in a car that's been ruined. No, if by wrecking them, is that ruining them?
Well, if the wreck was your fault.
Yeah,
Then you
one of
ruined
them, one was, yeah, one was. I was not paying attention and went through a four-way stop. And it was my parents' four-door Gran Torino.
Wow.
Oh, cool.
And,
You got a Gran Torino?
It was used. It was terrible.
No.
But I blew through a four-way stop and a truck hit me. And jacked up the back end pretty badly.
Nobody
Never
hurt.
was the same again.
Nobody
So-
hurt.
Nobody hurt, no. But that ruined that car, yeah. So I did ruin a car.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't think I've... the first car I ever had access to, I ruined because I just... I left it somewhere and never went back.
What do you mean you left it somewhere and never went back?
Well,
That's pretty significant.
Well, it was a car my grandfather had, and it was a cool car. It was a Chevy, a Bel Air, and I drove it, but it wasn't in good shape. It was in terrible shape, and so I remember I was out in the country somewhere, and it broke down a little bit. So I just left it by the side of the road and never went back. I don't know, I guess they towed it away or something.
You act like it was a sock.
It's a whole car. You just walked away from a
yep.
whole car?
I did.
And what, you say it was your grandfather's?
Yeah, he gave it to me.
Couldn't you have
Oh, he had just given it to you.
at
yeah.
least sold it to the junkyard for $50
Maybe.
or something?
Maybe, but I was not concerned with that. I was more concerned with having sex with my first girlfriend.
Oh,
That's
and those two things don't go together.
no.
You can't.
No.
I don't.
I
see
can't
how.
even deal with that now. I got to go have sex for the first, So I've got to go continue
You know
this
that
sexual relationship. I can't.
They're not mutually.
Well,
you
it
could-
was at
you
the
could have
time.
had-
I had a mind for I could only do one thing at that time of my life.
You didn't eat. You didn't
Hardly.
sleep.
Now, was she the one that gave you?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I had an STD.
Yeah. All right.
Don't know why I would ever admit that, but I
Let's get this. Let's get this over with.
Okay.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
You see what magic Mike and
Yeah. How'd we
or
go
Wonder
from that?
Mike. Wonder Mike brings out in you. Call us, will you? Let's see what Wonder Mike brings out in you. Call us and check in with the Radio from Hell show. 877-602-9696. That's the number to call. Check in with us. We'd love to hear from you today. And it helps us kind of get the day going. And this is the last day of the week, so why not do it, huh? All right.
Get to it. Salt Lake Film Society, slfs.org is the website. The drive-in's back.
Yes, it is, and I'm looking for my information on that. Do you have it handy there, Carrie or Gina?
I don't, but give me a second.
My little computer here is acting
here.
up. Here it is. Salt Lake Film Society, 2021 season of the Studio Backlot Motor Cinema.
Oh, yeah.
It kicks off this weekend. With a really great...
Tonight?
Tonight. Blood Simple. The first movie the Coen brothers did that everybody went, oh... The Coen brothers. So tonight it's Blood Simple. Tomorrow night it's Wet Hot American Summer. And then there is a whole series of drive-in movies coming up. It's the Studio Backlot Motor Cinema by the Salt Lake Film Society, and you should really check it out. Last year was a lot of fun, and they're doing even more movies this year. So go to Salt Lake Film Society's website, slfs.org or slfsathome.org. That's where you can buy tickets for the and there are a limited number of tickets available. It's not a big lot. This is a kind of a small lot. A select number of cars will get in to see these movies, these drive-in movies. So go to slfs.org and
the whole schedule is there, and you can buy tickets for the schedule. So, Jaws, for example, you could, pick your favorite
buy your
movie.
tickets ahead of time.
Yeah.
All right.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day, and today's word is...
Moan. M-O-A-N, moan. How is this Utah word used? Well, let's find out by looking into our two Utah simples as they converse, one with the other. Listen carefully for the word of the day, moan.
Say there, LeGrand. I gotta say, I am impressed with you.
What? I don't know whatever you mean, LeVar. I don't think you've ever paid me one compliment in our lives. I mean, I thought you was pretty sure that you had me figured out and that there was nothing I could do, or would do for that matter, that would ever impress you. I was resigned to the cold, hard fact that I was, in your eyes, unimpressive. That I, again in your eyes, was incapable of having a moment that I could be proud of, because I knew that you was proud to have me as a friend. I mean, I never felt that you felt that I was worth, once more in your eyes, of true and honest friendship.
Well, Frell Zakes, I had no idea you was carrying around this heavy satchel of resentfulness toward me, LeGrand. I mean, you ain't the sharpest spoon in the drawer, but you're okay. I've always thought of you as a friend in that you are the kind of person that when he needs a shovel or a rake or a lawnmower or other tools and household fixer-up items, the kind of friend that don't hesitate to borrow and then never return them items to me. You're that kind of friend.
Well...
And hence the reason I said I'm impressed with you.
What?
You have stopped You're borrowing ways. You don't ask me for stuff anymore.
Well, that's right. And you know why? I went to the Ace the other day, and I bought all kinds of stuff. And now I don't need to borrow your tools. I got my own. I said to myself, LeGrand, stop your borrowing ways. And so I spent a bunch of money and got Gordon tools and household tools and the like. I got my own now.
Well, I guess you could say you've grown.
Yep, got my own. Except for a lawnmower. They're expensive. Can I borrow your lawnmower?
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
All right, 6:23. Let's get this over with.
Yes, let's. We'll start the show officially here, and then we'll go to your check-ins. I believe there's a line open at 877-602-9696. Just give us a call. Tell us how your week's been. What are you going to do with the weekend? That kind of thing. Just, little friendly chat. Gina?
Sorry, I turned my mic off. Mother's Day is May 9th. May 9th. Not this Sunday, next Sunday. Come into Lim Jewelers for something she'll never forget. Find her Mother's Day gift at limjewelers.com. Lim Jewelers is your Mother's Day gift headquarters.
The moon is waning, getting smaller by the day. It's 84.0% of full. It will set today at 9:13 a.m. Today being Friday. It's the 30th day of April in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. And it is day 407 of our Pandemic Panic broadcast, wherein we are all broadcasting, the three of us are broadcasting from our individual homes. You're listening to the only radio program in America to be selected in the first round of the NFL Draft.
Ooh.
Yes, we were the first pick of the Houston Oilers. And so next month, we'll be moving to Texas to begin training camp. Yes, it's Radio from Hell, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, the quarterback, Kerry Jackson,
Oh, hi.
tight end, Bill Allred,
Oh, really?
on the bench, but always ready to come in at a moment's notice, Gina Barberi. Katie for
Oh,
sure.
I'm remaining seated. I think
I
is
don't.
what you
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I don't think he knows football positions.
Yeah.
but maybe.
She's on the bench,
I'm
sitting on the
remaining
bench, but
seated.
always ready.
Put me in, coach.
Yeah, you remain seated until it's time for action. Katie for short is our producer, and she'll be moving, of course, to. Of course, there are no more. The Houston Oilers don't exist anymore,
No.
do they? No. Katie for short is our producer. She's in the studio in downtown Salt Lake City, and Miriam and Skip are helping out in the producer's booth. And you can see us if you go to x96.com/live. Here we are.
The Tennessee Titans are what?
Is that what the Houston Oilers?
Yeah.
But there's now a Houston Texans, right?
Yeah, it's a different.
Huh.
Everybody.
I saw kind of a weird little flicker, but
Yeah, so that
But,
means it's back at the base there.
is it?
And Katie's frozen.
And Katie is frozen. Now she's
No, she
moving.
just doesn't
Okay.
move much.
All
Well,
right.
we may reconnect when we're done with
Yeah,
this.
when we do a break. Let's go to Mika.
Mika. Is it Mika?
Or is Mika? Micah.
It's Micah.
Micah.
Good morning,
Micah.
Lords and
Sorry,
ladies.
Micah.
Hi, Micah. Good morning. Thanks for checking in. What's up?
I am so happy to be back in Utah and hearing you guys live. It's not quite the same when we have to listen online or later. So it's been fun community work and listening to the Lords and ladies. And Carrie, your drops are on point lately. Thank you.
You've been living out of state, have you?
I have. I moved back east for basically the pandemic and now back to Utah. So.
Well, we're glad you're back, and I hope you and your family are well. And what do you do for a living, Micah?
I sell some online training software, so it's kind of fun.
It is? Really? It doesn't sound very fun.
All that's important is Micah thinks it's fun, Bill.
Yeah,
that's all
that's
that
true.
matters.
That's true.
It's a little different kind of software. It's not training for lame stuff. It's teaching people how to be software engineers and, data scientists and things like that. So our customers appreciate it.
Again, I guess it sounds fun to you. All right, Micah.
But Micah, I'll remind you, Bill just left a car on the side of the road once. So
I was 16. I was 16 and I wanted to have sex.
okay.
And my
Thanks,
girlfriend had a good car. All right. Thanks, Micah. See you
You're
later.
welcome.
All right. Thank you, Micah. Let's go to Braden.
Hello,
Hi,
Braden.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Hey.
Hi there.
Hey, so what was y'all's first car?
First car.
First car.
Well, the Mustang that I ruined was my first car.
I had access to a Chevy. I forget what the model was, but it was a standard transmission, and it was on the column. Gear shift on the column. That was a car that my folks let me use. I also had a Mustang that my folks let me use at one point, but I guess that Chevy was my first car.
Gina?
The Mustang,
Mustang?
that I killed.
Now, when you say your first car, do you mean because my parents handed me down
Yeah.
the Gran Torino after I wrecked it? After I wrecked it, that was all mine. But the first car I bought with my own money that I own was a '69 Cadillac Eldorado, which I got for $600 from Steve Linsky's brother, Joe. Cut me a tremendous deal, and it was a great car. I loved that car.
And I was not handed a car ever. On my 16th birthday, my parents handed me a payment book for they went and got the Mustang and handed me the payment book, and my payment was $55 a month. And I got a waitressing job at JB's, and I swear to God, this is what happened, because I would get paid mostly in tips, and I would sit on the floor of my bedroom and I'd roll quarters. And you could, $10 a roll of quarters. And I would go to the bank with 5 of those rolled quarters to
Yeah.
make my car payment every
Well,
month.
that certainly taught you a
my
lesson
gosh.
in what? Because you let the car die.
Yeah. All right, Braden.
That's
Thank
good
you.
stuff. Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
All right.
Braden.
We'll take a break. We'll be back with a full strength big boy news and opinioendo coming up after these. Stand by. Oh, traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, things are looking good so far. I've got UDOT up here, and it's green cameras all up and down the Wasatch Front, which means no trouble so far this morning. If you see trouble, stay away from it, of course, and then
Here comes
call.
trouble.
then text us and tell us about it, 33986.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back with all that news. Lim Jewelers for Mother's Day.
Yes, family owned since 1949. This family is so cool. The whole family works there at Lim Jewelers, and they're artists. They create the jewelry they have there. Now, they have cases with jewelry that they've made there. Of course, you can go in and check that out. 574 East Fort Union Boulevard. It's in Midvale. Or you can look online, limjewelers.com. Or they will custom make your mom, your wife, some jewelry for Mother's Day. Now, if you want a custom design before Mother's Day, you're going to have to get in there pretty quick because they're artists. It takes them a little time to do that. They can do rings, bracelets, necklaces, earrings, use birthstones. They can do something with names. Get creative. In fact, the more creative, the better. Specialized items, like I said, take 2 to 3 weeks, so you want to order early. But you should just check out their website as a place to start, limjewelers.com. It's beautiful. You'll love it. Your mom will love it for Mother's Day. Lim Jewelers.
The music starts at
Gina, most people, when you go to a party and someone turns on the TV, the party goes from within about 15 minutes to everybody staring blankly at the television
That's true.
and not talking to each other.
That is true.
So it'll be a good thing to do at the party.
Yeah.
The point of the party, if you're having a TV party, then yeah, turn on the TV.
Yeah.
Otherwise, don't.
Just
Is that
a
why your
suggestion.
parties don't work,
I don't
Gina?
know.
Could that
I'm not
be it?
good at having parties.
When's the last time you gave a party?
I don't know. What counts as a party? Is having people over a party? Or do you have to have, like, a celebration of something?
No, I think if you invite people over, it's a party. Even if it's a family dinner, it's a family dinner party.
Oh, then we have those all the time.
Do you?
Yeah.
And the TV goes on.
No.
After dinner?
No. No TV.
During dinner?
No. Music.
Oh.
That's it. No TV.
I love people who watch TV during dinner and have TVs in their kitchens and stuff. That's just really odd,
Just says,
I think.
we don't want to talk to each
Yeah.
other ever for any reason.
Yeah, it's just really strange. I knew a family who had a small TV on their dinner table, and they would eat dinner and watch television.
Sitting on the table.
Yeah. Sitting on the corner of the dinner table, a small television, and it was on when they ate dinner.
So they never talked to each
No,
other.
not much.
Maybe that kept the fights down.
Well, that's what I'm thinking.
Now, when we watch TV and eat at the same time, it's because usually we don't have the time to do them both proper.
So then do you take
we
the
have to
food to the
combine.
couch?
Yeah. Take the food downstairs.
When I first met my wife, I was not adverse to doing that. I was also not adverse to having a television in the bedroom, and she was against both of those things. And so we have not done them in, I haven't done them in years, and now I can't imagine doing it.
Even having a TV in your bedroom?
No, God, no. No TV in the bedroom.
Why?
Especially not in the bedroom.
Why especially not in the bedroom?
Because
You don't like to get under the covers and...
Because it's useless. For me, it's useless. If I had a TV in the bedroom, I mean, when I go in the bedroom and get in the bed, you know what I do? Bonk, sleep. Within 2 minutes, I'm out. And if there was a TV in the bedroom, I would be out within 30 seconds. I mean, it would serve no use. It would just serve absolutely no purpose to me to have a TV in the bedroom.
Got to have a TV in the bedroom.
Do you always watch TV before you go to bed?
No, it gets turned on maybe once a week.
But you gotta have
But
it.
you got to have it. Those Saturday mornings when you wake up and you're not going anywhere and you're just kind of lying there, you're like, oh, let's see what's on.
Yeah.
That'd be
Let's
nice.
watch little cartoons.
See, it'd be-
That would be nice.
You know what you need?
You know.
You need what we have is like a cabinet that you can just totally
Yeah,
shut it off.
that's
so
what
if-
we have.
So you can
Well, and then
pretend
there's
there's no TV in there until you really.
the other
want
reason
one.
you need the TV in the bedroom is, well, the porn. But that's
Well, yeah.
another subject altogether. That
They have porn on TV?
Sure.
You can put the porn on.
Really?
Uh-huh.
You control the vertical. You control the horizontal.
No, the porn controls the vertical.
Okay, 6:37, time for Full Strength, Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Brought to you by...
Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Five people have been arrested and charged in connection with a violent attack in February in which a man who was walking Lady Gaga's French bulldogs in Hollywood was shot, and two of the dogs were stolen. The police said that an investigation had revealed that James Jackson, 18 years old, Jalen White, 19, Lafayette Whaley, 27, were involved in the robbery and the shooting of the dog walker. Detectives don't believe the men were targeting the dog walker because of the dog's owner, the police said. Evidence, however, suggests that the men knew that the dog breed was valuable and that this was the motivation for the robbery. Not that they didn't. They say they don't think they really even realized this was Lady Gaga's dog.
Oh, so they didn't do the research and went, Lady Gaga's dog walker takes this path every day.
No,
Okay,
they just well, they might have seen him every day, and they just knew that breed of dog was valuable. The police said that the two others who were arrested and charged, Harold White, 40, Jennifer McBride, 50, were found to be accessories after the shooting. Ms. McBride reported that she found the dogs and responded to a reward email to return them. Lady Gaga, Stephanie Germanotta, that's her real name, Stephanie Germanotta, had offered a $500,000 reward for the safe return of the dogs, Koji and Gustav. My heart is sick. I'm praying my family will be whole again. Well, the dogs were returned. Ms. McBride ultimately took the dogs to the Los Angeles Police Olympic Station. The police said that they later discovered that she had a relationship with one of the men who had been
just find them.
One of the men who had been arrested. Yeah, she She said, "Oh, I found these dogs." Yeah, not so much. So it looks like the case is pretty well come full circle and will be closed. You know, Joe Rogan yesterday, it was reported that he'd said on his podcast, The Joe Rogan Experience, that if you were... Now, he said, "I'm not anti-vax. My parents have been vaccinated, but if you're young, you know, you're 21, and you ask me, should you be vaccinated? I say, no, don't worry about it. You're healthy." Well, he's walking that back now. I think maybe Spotify, who paid him how many millions was it, Gina?
$100 million.
$100 million for rights to his podcast. I'm thinking they might have said something to him. He's now saying, you know, I'm not anti-vax, and I think even young people should get vaccinated. He also said, "I'm really not a respected source of information."
No, you're not.
You never have been. That's the problem, is that the people that you have on your show aren't either.
Well, but the deal is, he is a respected source of information.
Yeah.
It's not
Because
warranted, but he is.
There are a lot of people who... I read a terrific article once. I can't remember where it was now. The reporter kind of took an interesting tack with Joe Rogan. He said, "I've listened to the show, and I just don't... I don't get into it. I don't understand. But I'm going to try and live like Joe Rogan and do all of the things that he suggests, because he hawks all kinds of
products.
All kinds of vitamins and supplements and workout ideas and so. And he said it is the most boring lifestyle you can imagine, trying to live like Joe Rogan. But Rogan said, "I'm not an anti-vax person. In fact, I said I believe that the vaccines were safe, and I encourage many people to take them. I just said that if you're young and healthy, you don't need it. Their argument was you need it for other people, but that's a different conversation, and yes, that makes sense."
No, it's the
Whatever
same...
he said there, I don't understand.
Exactly. It's the same conversation, Joe.
Yeah. I don't understand what he said there. So here's a big problem, and I think, America is to blame for this. We are running out of chicken.
What?
Okay, there's a chicken shortage.
No.
And it's because everybody has to have a chicken sandwich now. Everybody
I love
have
a chicken sandwich. Should we just pick one place and say you're the only place that can do the chicken sandwich, and that's it?
As a matter of fact, I had a chicken sandwich from Moochie's last night, which was delicious. But that it's not just and people and wings. Okay, folks, I'm telling you, you got to cut back on your chicken a little bit. We're running short.
So I have to cut back on red meat and chicken? I can't eat anything these days.
I'm not saying you have to cut back on red meat. No, I don't believe that. But this is concrete here. This is not to save the planet. This is not to save the chickens. It's just so that we can enjoy chicken.
This is a trick from Joe Biden. He's trying to make you think that there's chicken shortage.
40%.
Do your own research.
40% of Utahns have now been vaccinated, it looks like. Almost 925,000 Utahns fully vaccinated against coronavirus. That represents 40% of the state residents age 16 and older who are eligible to receive the vaccine. That's according to the U.S. Census Bureau's 2019 estimate of Utah's population and demographic.
Now, we're going to have Mayor Wilson on later on the show, and my guess is she's going to want to talk about Salt Lake County got an enormous shipment of vaccine.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy amount of vaccine.
Yeah.
Oh.
And they're going to be offering, no appointment, just come down here
up.
and get your vaccine.
Here's something that we need to discuss a bit. This is a story about bail and who gets to make bail and who doesn't when you're arrested. David Barnett, arrested, booked into jail for shooting at the driver of a vehicle. He fired at least 7 shots, never hit the driver. This is the guy who this happened right around our downtown studio. Yeah, Kings. And the cops were everywhere. There is substantial evidence that Mr. Barnett would constitute a danger to the community, the arresting officer wrote. But Mr. Barnett spent about 7 hours in jail Then he was released without posting any bail at all. The Salt Lake prosecutor and the judge agreed on those conditions. It's the same treatment for Ray Rich and Trevor Shepard. Both faced misdemeanor charges for domestic violence incidents, yet different judges released them immediately. No bail at all. So okay. But then there are people like this. Clayton Sims is defending a guy named Brent Walker, who was jailed for domestic violence, I believe, in West Valley. And a judge ordered no bail allowed and no release. And he's been in jail without any chance of being released for at least a week now. The charges are false, said his attorney, Mr. Sims. The officer should have known that they were false, and that's what's egregious about this. Mr. Walker was in court Wednesday of this week for an initial appearance, but his attorney, Sims, filed a motion Tuesday asking that he be released because of a violation of the Eighth Amendment, which deals with excessive bail. The West Valley City prosecutor resisted Walker's release, told the judge the law is on their side. As far as I know, Mr. Walker is still in jail. No bail offered, and he's just there. So why is there this big discrepancy? That's really weird, I think. That guy, for instance, Barnett, who was shooting at a car down around by our studio, and if you saw the mugshots of him, he had green hair and a tattooed face, if you'll recall. He was released, no bail. No bail. Just go ahead and make sure you can show up for court later on. But Mr. Walker continues to sit in jail, unable to bail out. There's a weird discrepancy here, and I don't understand that. Don't know why that would happen. So maybe we ought to find out, talk to... I know the legislature has tried to deal with the bail situation, but apparently they didn't deal with it very well. There's inequity. The whole bail system is crazy anyway. But
poor people, they're stuck. If you can't make bail, you're stuck. But a rich person, he can get out of jail.
But if there's no bail offered, like if you don't even have the option of getting bail, maybe next time we have Sim Gill on, we can ask him about this.
All right. Let's see. So there was you got these religious festivals and celebrations, and, it should be a time of deep devotion and joy, and then it also ends up being a time where people get trampled to death. There was a stampede at a mountainside religious celebration in Israel that drew tens of thousands of ultra-Orthodox Jews. It left at least 44 people dead and more injured because there were so many people in such a frenzy. And every time they have the, what do they call it, Gina, the Eid? The
Hajj?
The Hajj, that's what I'm thinking of, the Hajj, where everybody has to go to Mecca. There's almost inevitably every time some sort of stampede or people getting trampled. It's very, very strange. Finally, this story. A British sex toy company called Love Honey has received a royal seal of approval.
Well,
the adult retailer was this week honored with the Queen's Award for Enterprise for Outstanding Continuous Growth in Overseas Sales in the last 6 years.
Really?
The accolade, announced by the official journal of record, the London Gazette, allows the company, which is located in Bath, Southwest England, to fly the Queen's Award flag at their office and use the emblem on marketing and packaging materials for 5 years.
Well.
So the Queen's seal of approval will be going out on dildos and other sex toys and vibrators. We are thrilled to have received official recognition from the Queen, said Love Honey's chief commercial officer. Her Majesty has been a wonderful supporter of Love Honey as we have grown into being the world's leading sexual wellness brand. Come in handy now that Philip is gone.
There's a Big Ben joke here somewhere.
Yes.
No, I know there is. They have.
Made, our attorney Ed Brass regarding the bail story.
Yeah.
Said the legislature has, let's see, here it is. The bill law specifically provides of people charged with domestic violence, even misdemeanors, can be held without bail. The legislature has determined that domestic violence accusations are so serious that people should be held without bail, even if it's a misdemeanor.
Well, there are, but I think in that story, there are a couple of people in Salt Lake County were charged with misdemeanor domestic violence, and they were released with no bail. So it doesn't seem fair.
Nope. Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, you Zoobies are excited, I suppose.
What?
You Cougar fans, you're
The Cougs?
Do they still call them Zoobies?
I don't know.
I was going to say it's a word I haven't heard in ages.
That's what Grandma used to call them.
That's what we did when I was a kid. We used to call them.
You got yourself a number 2 pick, and I will say congratulations. I
Zach
am not,
Wilson is his name.
Yeah. I am not one that loves my Utes so much that I want BYU to be terrible. I like having a healthy opponent. And
Since when?
I've always said this, and I think it's awesome that BYU had a number 2 pick. Zach Wilson going to the Jets.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's going to a team where quarterbacks go to die.
Yeah, that's the problem.
They are going to build the team around him. He's going to be there.
This is the Jets' salvation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they say.
He'll bring them some good footballing and some religion, and it'll be a double whammy.
Let's see. The Jazz, they're on the road. They play the Phoenix Suns today at 8 p.m. And most people would get grossed out at the thought of getting a used, blood-stained skateboard. But what if the board was stained with the blood of the greatest skater who ever lived? That's what happened with Tony Hawk this week when he offered up one of his old boards as a prize on social media in a Leave a Comment contest. Here's the backstory. The board had struck Hawk in the shin at one point, causing Tony to drop blood on the grip tape, staining it forever. Most collectors will tell you a blood stain on an authentic used item is great for collectability. Carrie, do you have any blood-stained items in your collectible?
I do.
Let me see. No blood stains, but this has been inside Stan Lee. That's all I know.
I'd be happy to bleed on some item if it would increase the price.
All right.
Hawk picked a winner. The commenter used lyrics from a Cure song that Hawk apparently loved. Now, here's my problem with this story. It doesn't say what Cure song.
Of course you need to put that song down.
Yeah. But if we would like to bleed on things to make them collectible, that's, we're looking for Radio from Hell merchandise to give out.
We'll bleed on it.
Bleed on the Boner t-shirt or the tote bag or something, maybe.
All right.
Weather? Carrie, are you going to go outside today? Are you going to...
I should bring my camera and point it to my back porch here because that's what we did yesterday. Was Sue put the porch together with all the furniture, cleaned it off, and I put together our new grill.
What? You already have 2 Traegers.
I have 2 Traegers, and now we have another grill.
What?
Why?
I have 4 total grills now.
Why?
Well, I'm getting rid of one of them. Is the charcoal grill I'm getting rid of. And we got this new one. It's called a Spark Grill. And instead of charcoal, it uses these flat chunks of, it's like charcoal. They're about as big as a book. And you stick them inside there, and it
Why do you need, this is a serious question. Why if you have the Traeger, why do you need this?
Because the grill will get us a hotter sear if that's what we're after, where the other is a slower cook. See, and then
low and slow.
And then the other Traeger is for just one item because it's a smaller one. The smaller Traeger is like this big.
It's for smoking like a ham or
like a chicken. You can put a chicken in there. Just a small.
No,
item.
not chicken. We're running out of chicken.
Yeah,
we're running out of chicken.
Hold off on the chicken, Carrie.
Yes. All right. Okay.
So 83 for a high today. Just very warm today. Yes.
And the charcoal taste is the other thing that you want. I'm going to be out there in the 83 reading comic books. And then when I run out of comic books, I've got an actual book about comic books that I'm going to read. So, very exciting.
So there's Carrie's weekend.
Yes.
It could be your weekend, too, at least until Sunday.
Yeah.
We have a chance of showers on Sunday, but
Could be
today
my
and tomorrow.
weekend, too?
Sure, yeah, you bet.
Okay,
Go
I'm coming
outside,
up,
Bill.
Gary.
You don't.
I've got a stack of old Peter David Hulks that you can read.
Okay, great.
You'll love them. All right.
You've got a backyard, Bill. Set up your backyard for reading and
I'm scared
maxing
of-
and relaxing.
I'm scared of the squirrels. I don't want to.
Weather. Hold it. Weather brought
Oh.
to you by Scott Hale. Today is the last day to get this special price. Schedule your appointment today to get a professional AC or furnace tune-up for only $49. The price will go up tomorrow. All you have to do is make the appointment. Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air, 801-264-HALE. Traffic.
A crash northbound I-215 approaching 39th South exit. The car is off to the right. Friend of the program says paving project 39th South State to 4th East. Avoid it. Thank you. That is a helpful tip. They sent that in via text at 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back after these with in the 7 o'clock hour. We got round one of your boners, the first ones to hit. And Big Boy News. Best question is coming up. We could still use some. If you would send them to us, radiofromhell at x96.com is the email address. Just put best question in the subject line, and then we'll know what you're talking about. I think I forwarded one to you from last night, Katie, but send them to us. Best question, radiofromhell at x96.com. We might read yours on the air. Stand by for all of that. KXRK Provo.
Before we went with the one.
It's the Utah word of the day.
From what year? Do you have any idea?
1994. Let's see. Here we go.
Today, we examine another group of words used by most Utahns called L words, or words that end in ELL.
Oh, yeah.
And to help you with today's lesson, each time an L word is used in the following dialogue, a bell will sound. Imagine, if you will, our two friends, LeVar and LeGrand, together in LeVar's trailer house. The TV is on. A conversation ensues. Again, these are L words.
I love this TV show.
Yeah.
I am so glad that someone is showing the reruns of McKell's Navy.
Me too. You know, I would just love to set sail with McKell myself. Hey, you remember the one when the wacky crew of PT Boat 73 tried to save that beached well?
Oh, yeah. They had a hard time because of this big storm.
Yeah.
Gale force winds and hell stones the size of golf balls.
Yeah.
But they saved that well anyway. McKell did not fell.
Well, no thanks to Gruber. Yeah, that was quite a tell, though. Hey, listen, give me some of them snacks, would you? I'm hungry.
Sure.
Uh-oh.
What?
Trell mix.
Yeah.
You're not going to like this, LeGrand, but Trell mix makes me thirsty for just one thing.
You're not gonna be drinking beer in front of me, are you, LeVar?
Oh, no. I'm going to have me a glass of L.
L is beer?
Yeah, but this is pretty mild. It's that Pell L from Squatters. It's so mild I can drink a whole bucket of it.
You'd get drunk if you drunk a whole Pell of Pell L. Then you'd get throwed in jail. And I'd have to bail you out. Oh, hey, looky here what I got in the mail. It's a flyer from Deseret Book. It says here that Dan Quell is coming to town to sign copies of his new book.
Boy, the liberals sure rode Bush and Quell out of Washington on a rel.
Sure did.
They fought tooth and nail, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Hey, I hear that this new book of his really lifts the veil of secrecy about Washington life and what really went on. You know, I'd like to see him. What Deseret Book is he at?
Well, the one by that big jewelry store.
Big jewelry store. You mean Morgan's Jewelers?
Nope. Zell's.
There you go.
That's back when we had this theory that we would beat you over the head with comedy. You know, the way to get you to laugh was to beat you over the head with comedy.
Why didn't we ever learn to edit?
I don't know.
That's what I want to know. Also, now, you were shouting, this sucks.
Mm-hmm.
I got to tell you, though, out of all of the Utah Word of the Days, that was the best one.
It was one of the,
Really?
Yeah. It was one of the better ones.
In my opinion, I think that was the best one. Whenever someone says, what's the quintessential episode, I say that one.
I still like Lard Dorothy. That's a gorgeous orange.
I like talking to the manager of the store about the manger scene.
Yeah.
The creche, the manger scene. The manger. I need to speak to the manger about the manger scene.
God. Beat you over the head is right. Even I was getting bored. Sorry, folks. Yeah, that's why we don't do sketches anymore, all right? Anyway. All right, 7:03 coming up. We've got Boners Around 1. Big Boy News also on the way.
Mm-hmm.
And, have another drink with Jimmy at 8.
Jimmy the Wine Guy, yeah.
Jimmy the Wine Guy here with whiskey this time. And, best question, all coming up. But right now, what do we have here?
I have a giveaway.
Oh, yeah, we got the giveaway, yes.
What are we giving away?
X96 presents Cinder's album release show Saturday, August 28th at the Complex. You can get tickets at showclix.com or perhaps win them from us right now by texting the word Cinders, 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 to 33986.
So we were kind of discussing, well, what are we going to... We don't plan these things very far in advance. We when we have these open moments in the show, you'd think like maybe a day ahead or something. No, usually 3 or 4 minutes before we realize we have a sort of open break.
Is there a reason that you left one of the more listened to hours of the day unplanned? Is it? Is there a reason?
Laziness.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. So, well, what about a list? Because people love lists.
Sure.
And I said, I do have in a file here a list. It's dating mistakes that women make that send men running for the hills. A list of things that women do. Well, this was deemed unfair by Katie and Gina. Well, what about men? What about... The list would be obviously much, much longer.
Yes.
But Gina found a list of mistakes that men make that send women running for the hills.
Is this dueling lists?
I think so.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
All right, I'll go first just because I had the first list here. These are dating mistakes. This is for you ladies out there. Dating mistakes that you might make that will send a man running for the hills. All right? Number 1, you try too hard. Trying too hard.
That's not a problem.
To keep the guy interested. Trying too hard to make sure that he remembers you. If he wants you, he will contact you. So don't try too hard.
That's not true at all. I was thrilled when they tried.
Now, Carrie, remember, you have to judge this. These are competing lists. We're dueling lists, so you have to. Bill gives one, I give one, and then you make a ruling.
But I would just say, Carrie, I wouldn't know.
Nobody ever tried hard for you?
No. So what's your counter to that? Gina?
Personally, I can't accept that one as an answer. I'll be honest with you. But,
what's your counter?
Yeah, what's your counter?
My counter for that is being overly possessive, guys.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Yeah.
Dating mistakes guys make, overly possessive. If a girl is dating you, she obviously wants to be with you, you doofus. You don't need to call her every hour. You don't need to check up on her, ask who she's with, ask what she's going to be back, ask her where she's going, ask her. Don't do that.
Yeah.
See, that's different. That's different from the one that you read, Bill.
So just as I have never had anybody try too hard, I've also done what Gina has.
Where are you going? What are you doing? Who are you going with? When are you going to be back?
When are you going to be here?
I don't know who that is.
Yeah. So who wins that round?
You got that one, yes.
All right, here's number 2 for me. Okay. Mistakes women make that send men running for the hills. These are dating people. You make it all too easy. It says this could be, dropping your plans to see him whenever he calls, or getting physical with him too fast, or anything that lets him know that you are 24/7. You're available for him at any time. You make it too easy. It should play a little harder to get.
Again, none of those. That's all good. That's almost a repeat of the first one that you had on the list.
I don't know who you've been dating, because these things never have happened to me. Nobody tries too hard.
I can't accept that one. I'm sorry.
What have you got?
Okay, here from the guys list. Gross living space dating mistake guys make. Mm-hmm. Doesn't matter, dorm room, apartment, house, condo, parents' basement, wherever you live, there's no excuse for being dirty. You don't have to be Miss Susie Homemaker clean, but she's going to notice if you've got Dorito crumbs from last night all over, empty beer cans, dirty clothes. Just tidy up a little bit.
And again, I can relate to that one because Sue said she nearly left me because my bathroom was so gross.
Really?
Yeah, that's when I called in someone to help me clean.
A house cleaner.
I don't want to lose this woman.
I don't want to lose her.
And I don't know how to clean the bathroom, so
let me get crazy-eyed Jan in here and she'll clean it.
Well,
Gina wins that round again. Yeah, I'm afraid.
All right, how about this one? You push the relationship thinking that this will lead to commitment. Man is the hunter, it says here. No matter how you dress it up.
I'm nearly yelling full stop.
This is a fact. It's just nature. The man wants to pursue the woman.
No.
Don't be the woman pursuing the man. He wants to pursue you.
No. Some misogynist wrote this list, I can tell. Because men are inherently lazy and like the work done for them.
Now, see, I would agree with you there, Carrie. Not in my case, not lazy. I've always been oblivious. Oblivious to the fact that someone might like me. I'm not kidding. I really, I have been, had girls push me up against the wall and say, "Are you ever going to talk to me?" I said, "What? Huh? Well, why? What do you mean?" "Well, I just think I like you a lot, and you just seem to." "You do?" I'm just
what
oblivious.
more do you want me to do? I guess I have to push you up against the wall.
I'm just oblivious.
All right, and what's your counter?
Flirting with or checking out other women when you're with the girl you're dating.
That's just, crazy. That's just dumb.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah.
Don't do that.
Okay, so I accept that one.
Okay.
All right. Try again, Bill. Let's see how.
Let's see if I have. I think I have one.
Man is the hunter.
I'm gonna try one more here. Don't make him your entire life. Don't have everything revolve around the guy you're dating. Don't drop your friends. Don't say I'm not going to yoga class anymore.
Don't smother them.
Okay. Now this one is a good one. I like this one. Okay, well, Gina, go ahead.
I would say, just not to back up your list, Bill, because this is dueling lists. Although I don't feel like we're fighting with this one very much.
No,
but I would say the same thing for women. I mean, for men. Men can be to make the woman
don't
your
abandon
world
everything just for her. Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's a mistake I've made before.
And don't ask your partner to abandon everything for them.
This
Carrie, you should really quit radio. You should quit radio and move on to something else. It's just
really. Did somebody tell you that?
Oh yeah.
This says baby talk in bed. They say baby talk with pets is okay. You're so cute.
Yeah.
Yes, you are. Well, I didn't know there were men that baby talked in bed, but apparently it's a big turnoff. I can see where that would be a big
That's just wrong.
How about diapers? Where do they stand on that?
Seen your poopy pants?
Yeah, baby talk is only for pets, not even little babies.
No.
Baby talk, no.
Talk to babies like people.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't talk to anything in a well, maybe baby vegetables, baby bok choy, baby carrots.
Baby vegetables.
Yeah.
Who's a little round, carved out shaped little carrot? You are.
There's my baby bok choy.
Who wasn't grown this way? Who was made this way? You are, baby carrot.
That's what that's the thing. I don't think there should be a baby anything in food.
Baby things are adorable.
No. It's just sickening. It's baby field greens, baby bok choy, baby
they're
this,
tiny,
baby.
They're little.
Well, that's why we call it veal. We don't call it baby cow.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any baby anything.
Okay, now that was a good one. All right, Gina, do you have one to counter, and we'll end here.
Let's see. That was my last one.
Oh, okay.
Well, then we should end it. I think we should just break up. That's what I think.
Neither of us deserve to be in a relationship.
No.
This texter has the best insight right here. Bill's list was written by a bro that thinks he has some really deep insight.
Yes.
And he doesn't.
Actually, that's absolutely
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Okay. Traffic, please, Gina.
Yeah, I've got nothing to tell you about because UDOT says it's all good, man. Now, if you see something that's not all good, man, you can text it to us, 33986, and I will happily pass it along to friends of the program. And, Carrie, if you could assist me with this, that would be great.
Traffic brought to you by Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Today is the last day to get this special price. Schedule your appointment by the end of business today to get a professional AC or furnace tune-up for only $49. Call Scott Hale at 801-264-HALE. The price goes up tomorrow.
I looked up who wrote that list I had.
Yeah.
It was not written by a bro. It was written by not one, but two women.
Really?
Surprised.
Yeah, Frances Kelleher and Kathy Prendeville on some website called RSVP, whatever.
They were both bullied into their relationships by bros.
Let's see, we've got boners round one coming up, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So here are the candidates that you'll be considering. Number one, embezzler for that. Number two, we're not forcing kids, we're making it easily available. And number three, a poop wall will make my point.
Jeez.
All right, boners round one, big boy news, all coming up after these, X96.
claps. Spell it with me now, C-L-A-P-S, claps. And now we'll use it in some dialogue, starring as our two Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand. We join the boys now at the Ward Cultural Hall as they take in a revival of the great theatrical production Saturday's Warrior. As the show nears its climax, LeGrand R. Dunn becomes highly emotional. Again, the word is claps. Let's listen.
Oh, this is such an uplifting show, LeVar. And this is the most uplifting moment in the whole Saturday's Warrior production.
I have to admit, LeGrand, I too am stirred. That girl who plays Julie Flinders has a way about her. She's a nice-looking young woman. I am stirred.
Oh, she found her true spiritual mate. And they're going to have a wonderful life together, and they'll have a big brood of kids, too. No abortions for them. Oh, that evil Mac, that son of perdition, he'll never have influence on them.
A girl like that you wouldn't mind having an influence on, though.
I have never experienced a theatrical moment like this before, LeVar. I think I'm having some palpitations.
I, too, am experiencing some palpitations, LeGrand. I wonder if the girl playing Julie's single.
I'm feeling faint, LeVar.
Grand?
Everything's going to gray.
You okay?
I think I'm gonna collapse. Oh, I'm gonna collapse. Help! Catch me, LeVar. I'm gonna collapse.
LeGrand, get up. You're embarrassing me. Wake up. Oh, my heck, he's out cold. Somebody call a paramedic. Is there a doctor in the house? Anybody know CPR? My friend LeGrand said he's going to collapse, and he did. He collapsed. Somebody help. Wake up. Wake up.
Oh, LeVar, get help. Don't let me pass through the veil to the other side.
Oh, you just fainted, puss boy. Hello, this is William Shatner, star of Rescue 911. I have friends who are currently suffering the personal agony of hair loss. Through them, I have learned the importance of investing in a high-quality wig or toupee. That is why, if I needed a hairpiece, I would visit
Carrie and Bill's Wig and Toupee Emporium.
Hi, we're Carrie and Bill, the Radio from Hell guys, and we're proud to be associated with Worldwide Celebrity Wigs and Toupees. It's the only non-surgical hair replacement center that offers toupees and wigs woven entirely from celebrities' hair.
Worldwide contracts to buy the hair of Hollywood's most hirsute celebrities. Then, when the stars get a haircut or die, Worldwide is on hand to harvest the hair. The hair is then woven into a versatile, lightweight, comfortable wig, personally cut, fit, and styled for you. Just listen to these satisfied customers.
I lost my hair and scalp in an unfortunate encounter with an industrial blender. It was unsightly, and my confidence was at an all-time low. But when Dinah Shore died, Worldwide made me a wig from Dinah's hair. Now I'm so full of confidence, I may just go after Burt Reynolds.
After years of working at the toxic waste dump in Tooele, I began to notice a loss of most of my head and body hair. I gave Worldwide a call. They replaced the hair on my head with a wig made from Randall Carlisle's golden locks. And as an added bonus, they threw in a half a pound of Ed Asner's body hair for free. Now I'm so confident I may just go after Kimberly Perkins.
This is William Shatner again. Please don't suffer with the torment and embarrassment of hair loss. Just look in the phone book for my friends at
Carrie and Bill's Wig and Toupee Emporium.
Please, don't delay. Beam yourself up a full head of hair today.
Okay, 7:21. Let's start the boner process, shall we? Let's begin with round one. Here we go. 3 news stories. These 3 stories are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. So it secures a spot in Boner Dome if it wins here. Round 2 comes up at 8:20. We do this again with 3 more, 3 different candidates. We get another winner there. Then we take both of those winners, and we put them against each other. At 9:20 this morning is when you'll decide between those 2 who is Boner of the Day. That's when Boner Fight happens. And then after that, it's Boner of the Week, but that's out of our hands. We'll explain that coming up. But right now it's time for you to decide of these 3 from this round 1 who to send forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Feel the music as computer graphics and lasers take you for a cosmic ride. Clark Planetarium's light shows play every Friday and Saturday. Tickets are available at clarkplanetarium.org, and I have a lava lamp from Clark Planetarium to give to a random boner voter.
Here's boner candidate number 1. Embezzler? For that? You know, there used to be video rental stores everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Everywhere. You don't see them anymore, the video rental store. They've been pushed pretty much to the brink of extinction by streaming services like Netflix and changing technology. But an overdue rental has become the issue of the present day for a Texas woman. The woman was identified in court records as Karen Scarborough Davis. Recently learned that there was a 21-year-old outstanding warrant for her arrest in Oklahoma. What was her offense? Well, prosecutors said that Ms. Davis had failed to return a copy of Sabrina the Teenage Witch, a television sitcom that aired from 1996 to 2003. She rented the tape of the episodes from a video store in Norman, Oklahoma in 1999, according to court records. She was charged with embezzlement of rented property, and a warrant was issued for her arrest in March of 2000. The store where she rented the tape, Movie Place, has been closed for 12 years. In a charging document, prosecutors said that Ms. Davis, quote, did willfully, unlawfully, and feloniously embezzle a certain video cassette tape, Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Value, $58.59. Ms. Davis discovered the outstanding warrant for her arrest after she got married and tried to change her name on her driver's license. I thought I was going to have a heart attack, she said. Ms. Davis said motor vehicle officials referred her to the district attorney's office for Cleveland County, Ohio, where a woman explained the charge against her. She told me it was over the VHS tape that I had to make her repeat that because I thought, what? Now, wait a minute. This is insane. You're kidding, right? No, she wasn't kidding. So prosecutors finally dropped the embezzlement charge against Ms. Davis in consideration of, quote, the best interests of justice, according to court documents. Greg Mashburn, a district attorney for Cleveland, immediately responded to a request for comment saying, these charges were just hanging around and we're sorry that it caused her inconvenience. I don't know, though, what became of the videotape, and my guess is she still has it.
Watches it every day.
Charges of embezzlement. For
that's
boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. Look, we're not forcing the kids. We're just making it easily available. Flyers, handbills, urging against COVID-19 vaccinations have been placed on vehicles outside of 2 high schools in the Granite School District.
Oh, geez, stop with this.
Where on-site vaccine clinics are set to roll out next week. Earlier in the week, people putting flyers on vehicles outside of Taylorsville High School were ordered off the property for doing that. But let's see, and then on Wednesday, a student alerted staff that it was happening at Cottonwood High School. People putting flyers on cars in the parking lot. We're always just going to be very concerned about anybody attempting to come onto school property who's not authorized to do so, and rightfully so, said Benjamin Horsley, spokesperson for the Granite School District. He said the district is not mandating that students 16 and older get vaccines. We are simply hosting clinics put on through the Salt Lake County Department of Health. We hope they get the vaccination.
Mm-hmm.
We're making it as available as we can. But please,
parents have to sign. The kids can't just go get it. Your parents have to sign a permission slip to go get the vaccine.
Mm-hmm. And again, you guys want to get back to concerts. You want to get back to normal stuff. Get the vaccine is how you do it.
Boner candidate number 2. We're not forcing kids to get the vaccine. We're just making it easily available. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. A poop wall will make my point.
This is a great story coming up for boner candidate number 3 for round 1. Right after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Feldman's Deli wants to thank their customers for their generous support during these challenging times. They're open, offering dine-in, patio, and takeout service Tuesday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Come in for a nosh at Utah's only authentic Jewish deli. More information at feldmansdeli.com.
Kirk Douglas, Hollywood legend.
Okay.
He was 103 when he died in February of last year, 2020. And so you think, well, that's, the end of an era. His son Michael is still around and doing still. But
he's
I didn't
man.
I didn't realize the widow of Kirk Douglas, Ann Douglas, died Thursday.
Oh,
she was 102.
102.
Yeah. Now
that's unusual for a both married couple to live past 100. I think that's got to be.
Now Ann Douglas was not Michael's mother. Kirk Douglas was married before, but he married Anne Boydens in 1954 after they met in Paris, where he was filming a movie called Act of Love, and she was doing publicity. They had 2 sons, Peter, a producer, and Eric, who was an actor. I often wonder what would have happened to me if I hadn't married Anne. I might have not survived without her business acumen and her finely honed instincts, Kirk Douglas once said. In 2017, the couple published Kirk and Anne, Letters of Love, Laughter, and a Lifetime in Hollywood. The Douglas Foundation, which Anne and her husband co-founded, has donated millions of dollars to a wide range of institutions and charities. Kirk Douglas's first wife and Michael's mother, Diana, all they say about her in this story was that she died in 2015.
Okay.
So, don't know what.
Interesting.
Let's see, and this is kind of a bizarre story. A Las Vegas news anchor was arrested after being found naked and passed out in her car, police said. Fox 5 Las Vegas morning weekday anchor and reporter Fevin Kifligorius was busted nude and asleep behind the wheel of her Audi at about 7:30 in the morning. Now, she's known on the air as Fevin K. She told, because nobody can say Kifligorius. She told cops she didn't remember how she got to the location where she was found. Officers also reported the smell of alcohol in the car emanating from her person, but she declined to submit to blood testing. She was later charged with reckless driving and a disregard of safety of a person or property in the incident, and she was ordered to pay a $1,000 fine and attend driving school. But she maintains now, I think they're letting her back on the air. She was gone but she said, I don't have any idea how this happened to me, which I think would be pretty strange.
Well, there were choices made along the way that led you there, I think.
And,
probably. And Vegas. You could just blame Vegas. You could just say, Vegas.
The spirit of Vegas rises up every now and then to kill people. And it's,
in the capital of Colombia, Bogota, the mayor is warning residents to brace for the worst 2 weeks of their lives coming up. Uruguay, once lauded as a model for keeping the coronavirus under control, now has one of the highest death rates in the world, while the grim daily tallies of the dead have hit records in Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Peru in recent days. Even Venezuela, where the authoritarian government is notorious for hiding health statistics and any suggestion of anything wrong, even they are saying that coronavirus deaths are up 86% in the country since
we
January.
Have an embarrassment of vaccine riches here. And we're fighting over that and fighting over wearing masks. It's
the Biden administration is sending a lot of that vaccine around the world at this point.
But you notice in the Q circles, though, they're saying that what's happening in India really isn't happening. It's a lie.
Who's saying that?
It's crisis actors. The internet, the Q people.
Oh, really?
It's crisis actors. It's not real.
Yeah, well, it's pretty damn good acting. That's all I can say. Let's see. Utah reports 463 cases of coronavirus for the week as of Thursday, bringing the state's total to 396,985. There were 7 additional deaths. A Utah man has been charged, another one, with violence at the Capitol on January 6th. Charging documents filed Tuesday allege that Landon Kenneth Copeland was seen on YouTube and Instagram videos pushing police officers on the Capitol grounds. Copeland was also allegedly among a group of people trying to breach the police line. The documents say that Copeland pushed another man into a police officer. He also allegedly grabbed police riot shields and pushed against them, and grabbed a police officer's jacket and pushed that officer. Copeland joined other rioters in grabbing a metal fence that was being used as a barricade, according to the documents. And it doesn't say here if he got into the Capitol, but again, he involved in the whole scuffle. What is? I don't know what the most. Are there still people in jail for this that haven't been charged with anything?
I don't know.
Because I'm wondering what the most serious charge would be or will be.
Will probably be assaulting a police officer, I would think.
I mean, isn't anybody going to be charged with sedition, which is a crime according to the Constitution, punishable by death on the federal level? Nobody going to be charged with sedition? I don't know. Let's see, the Florida, they're just waiting for Ron DeSantis' signature on some legislation. Florida would become the national model for terrible elections.
Yeah.
The state's Republican lawmakers have moved to rewrite a litany of rules they said would enhance the integrity of future elections, despite the critics who called this a partisan attempt to keep some voters away from the ballot box.
Which it is.
The influence of voters who cast ballots by mail wasn't lost on the nationally watched debate in a state that has significant sway in the country's balance of power. They are trying to make it harder for people who may be Democrats. And they think that all people of color are Democrats, apparently.
Yes, they do.
Making it more difficult for them to vote.
And when asked for evidence, they say, well, I can't point to anything directly, but that doesn't mean it wasn't happening.
If it's not a racist reason to do it, okay, well, let's take them at their word. You're not racist, that's not why you're doing this. Why are you doing this?
Because
there's
there was cheating.
evidence. There's no evidence of that.
There was cheating.
Well, we want to make sure there isn't any.
But
it's because people have told us that they were concerned about their vote. Well, they told you that because you told them to be concerned about your vote because of the big lie.
Listen, there could be a problem.
But there's not.
We better keep people from voting.
But we've investigated it and recounted it 3 times, and we found there is no problem.
Well,
so let's pass laws to make sure that
to make sure there is no problem.
So try to tell me that it's not partisan.
Exactly. Or racist.
And just finally this quickly, and if you want to look this video up, you can. I think it's kind of creepy. But there was, in China, a lamb that was born without hind legs.
I'm not looking at that. No.
It was born without hind legs. There are just kind of these vestigial stumps there.
Mm-hmm.
And so now this lamb has learned to walk like a person. Walks on the two front legs, head down, and walks and seems to get around just fine.
So he balances his ass up in the air?
Yep. Yep. I watched it.
Okay, maybe I will watch that.
It's creepy looking.
All right.
But more power to him.
Good for you, lamb.
Yeah. All right, that's it.
Weather traffic.
Kerry will be out on his back porch today enjoying comics and sunshine, and you could too. I mean, not at Kerry's, on your own back
you're on
porch.
your own.
83 for a high today. Tomorrow, 80, and another chance of showers on Sunday. So today and tomorrow are your outside enjoying days. Let's see, traffic. Friend of the program sent in something, didn't they? Rollover accident, I-80 westbound before Saltaire. Thank you, Matt the electrician, for sending that in. And if you see something you want to share, and it's safe for you to do that, please send it in to us, 33986. If you're looking for an adventure this summer, look no further than your backyard at Nevada's Pony Express territories for both outdoor recreation and fun. Go to loneliestroad.us for more information.
Here's boner candidate number 3. A poop wall. That's what'll make my point.
Yes.
A property line dispute between neighbors in southeast Michigan has led to the construction of a 250-foot-long wall of poop, or a compost fence, as one person puts it. The cow manure is normally spread out on the farmer's field next door, said Wayne Lambarth, who owns the adjacent property in Lodi Township, Michigan. Now, the turds are piled as a smelly reminder of a property line dispute from last year. The stench permeates Mr. Lambarth's rental house near the property line, the report said. Complaints have been lodged, but local officials say there's nothing we can do. The feces is on the farmer's property. It's not a poop wall, the farmer said. It's a compost fence. It's not a work
it's
it out,
poop
folks.
Fence.
Yeah. Boner candidate number 3. A poop wall will make my point.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Number 1 was Embezzler. For that, an overdue VHS tape of Sabrina the Teenage Witch led to a warrant for the arrest of a woman on charges of embezzlement. Boner candidate number 2, we're not forcing kids, we're making it easily available. This is the story of a couple of high schools in the Granite District. They're going to have vaccine clinics at the school so that people can go there and get a shot. They're not mandating that the kids get a shot, but I think they're encouraged. But people have been going around in the parking lots of these schools and putting flyers on the cars saying, "Don't get the vaccine." And boner candidate number 3, a poop wall will make my point.
All right, here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Winning here does not make it Boner of the Day. Where have you been? Yeah, we haven't done that in a long time. What it does is it qualifies it to be Boner of the Day. We take this winner of this round and send it to Boner Dome, where it waits. Round 2 happens at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. We get a winner there as well. That winner goes to Boner Dome, where it waits. And then at 9:20, the wait is over. You vote for Boner of the Day at that time with Boner Fight. Okay? Easy. So, pick your champion now from round 1. Send it forward, 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text it to 33986. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting April 30, 2021, and vote there. You have only until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. It's round one.
Non-stop music for 1 hour, right after Radio from Hell.
X96.com/live is where you can see us broadcasting live from our homes. Proof of life right there.
I just realized it's where you can see me grimacing.
Yeah.
Why so grimacing,
yeah,
Bill?
for 19 weeks, yeah.
Well, I mean, really, just today, just the last half hour or so, I never get headaches. I don't ever get a headache. It's something that never has been a problem with me. And I've got a headache. I don't.
Is it this big? Does it have Excedrin written all over it?
You know, it's not huge, but because I never get a headache, it's like just almost unbearable. And yet I realize it's not very bad. But it's just like, oh my God.
How much water are you drinking?
Yeah, you drinking enough water?
Probably not.
That's a big one. I've been getting headaches recently because I'm not drinking enough water.
Jeez.
That's
Carrie's here
not
to
bubbly
help.
water.
That's not Carrie. That's Dr. Nick.
I have a pill that will help you, Bill.
Yeah, unfortunately, the pills that would help me are downstairs.
Oh well, okay. Gina, what were you playing with? What did you have?
Well, just so school. It starts for Jonesy tomorrow, actually.
So Friday?
Yeah, well, it's orientation day. So
okay.
And it's for all intents.
That's where that orientation day is where they tell them which direction to face.
To orient yourself, right? Yeah. So it is upon us, and Muhammad starts next week, and I had ordered some of Muhammad's uniform from Land's End. And so I was getting it out of the box yesterday and getting ready to, wash some of those clothes so they can be ready for Monday. And I'm pulling all the papers out of the box. And at the bottom of the box, there's this card. And it says, I'm showing you at x96.com/live. It says a special gift for customers of Land's End, a $100 wine voucher.
Wow.
Delivery included, it says.
Well, you have to remember, Land's End is a land where grown-ups live. So.
That's what I was going to say. It's something called nakedwines.com. And I went there, and it's like a wine of the month club. You can buy cases of wine there, and I have to claim this within 30 days to get my $100 worth of wine.
Does it have states that are excluded on it?
Well, of course Utah's excluded.
Well, I think there might be a way you can do it.
No, there's no.
You sure?
You can't ship wine. You can't ship wine.
You can to the liquor store.
Yeah, how does that work now?
I think there might be a way you can have it shipped to the liquor store.
Because Pro Flowers did the same thing. They would send, thank you for your purchase, and here's, X amount of dollars at a wine store, and I could never use them. I'd send them to Drew in California, and he used them.
Well, I posted this on Twitter, so probably somebody has stolen my codes already. I would love to know if somebody got that and is getting their $100 worth of wine. But Land's End knows what parents need when they're getting ready for school this year, and I think $100 worth of wine is a great school supply to supply for parents.
You said it's upon us. I think you said Catholic school is upon us. That's a Catholic holiday I'm not familiar with. What is the Catholic
Saint
holiday of
Upon
upon
us.
us? Saint upon us. What is
the
that?
patron saint of quarantines is
Saint upon us.
Yeah, so what's here? It's happening. It's school. We're doing school.
Okay.
Now, I have never ordered a case of anything from the liquor store. Never done that. And Sue told me that I should order a couple of cases of those sparkling wines in the can that Jimmy had for us last week. And so I just went, can I do that online, or do I need to go down there? I've never done that before.
I don't know for sure, but I know you can do it.
Yeah.
You probably need to go down there.
I think you have to go there.
And see,
or you might be able to online, because they could verify your they could verify your information online.
Yeah, it sounds like a question for Jimmy the wine guy next time we have him on.
Well, I can't wait that long, can I?
I need to drink now.
The weekend is coming, Gina.
And unfortunately, there's no other way to contact Jimmy other than just when he's on our show.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damnedest thing.
All right.
Brought to you in part by a chicken sandwich.
And Tim Daly Auto Group, home of the Forever Warranty and all new and select used vehicles at Tim Daly Infinity, Tim Daly Ford, and all 3 Tim Daly Nissan locations.
Boner candidate number 1, embezzler for that? An overdue VHS tape from 1999 has led to the warrant for the arrest of a woman who didn't return it back in the 90s when she should have, and they put out a warrant for her arrest, and it was still on the records. Boner candidate number 2, we're not forcing kids, we're making it easily available. This is the story of anti-vaccine flyers put on high schools, or put on cars outside of high schools in the Granite School District. Those schools are going to be doing on-site vaccine clinics. They're not making the students get the vaccine, although they should. But they are making it certainly readily available. Now, somebody think we better, put out handbills, put out flyers warning them of what's going on here. And Boner candidate number 3, a poop wall will make my point. A man has built a wall of cow poop right on a property line because they have a dispute here of where the property line is. Unfortunately, on the other side of the poop wall is a rental home that the farmer there, he's not been very successful renting the house out because, well, the smell of the poop wall. Now, let me just check. Okay, I did get the Boner results here, I think. Spencer won the lava lamp, and the winner was Boner candidate number 2. We're not forcing kids. We're just making it easily available.
Okay, there you go. That's your winner of round 1. It now qualifies to be Boner of the day, possibly. I mean, it all depends on how it does against the winner of round 2's voting. Coming up at 8:20, we'll do this again with 3 more candidates. Get another winner there, then we'll take the both winners and put them against each other at 9:20 is when you'll decide Boner of the day. All right. Do we have a sponsor?
No, well, let's just dive in.
Okay, here we go.
This is the music that tells us it's time for Best Question of the Week. But what are the questions? You need to send them to us. We don't come up with them. You do. Text them to us. No, not text them. Email them to us. radiofromhell@x96.com. Put Best Question in the subject line. Katie?
I think we have 2 this week. Katie, which one are we going to start with?
We're going to start out with the one that you sent me earlier from Brady.
Okay.
It's a two-parter, and it says, have you ever felt burned out from doing this? And
Yes,
if
right
so,
now.
and if so, how did you get through it?
I'm not sure. I mean, I do feel kind of burned out right now, but that's just because of COVID and back surgery, and it's like
Yeah, but it's not radio. You're not tired of doing radio.
I'm not.
Oh, I mean, don't you think you'd be burnt out no matter what your job was? It's not like, oh, if I was doing this job, I wouldn't be burnt out right now.
But I mean, it's just a feeling like I don't know. Am I doing okay? When I feel like, to me, what burnout is like I start thinking, am I doing okay in my job? And maybe I've left some details that I shouldn't have, and I don't know. So that's what I think of.
Gina?
We've had a year where usually we get some breaks. Like, Carrie will go for a long weekend in California, or Bill will go river rafting, or, we have not just our big, like, vacation that we take, but like little weekend, day here, day there. But there's been none of that for over a year. And I think those all add up, like they're little gaskets that let off a little steam and a little, I'm kind of tired of you guys, I see you all every day, kind of. And when we go off and do things, we have adventures and come back with stories, and there's been none of that.
Yeah.
This year.
We haven't really taken a break, have we, other than like national holidays, right?
No, and I'm feeling that.
Well, see, now that you mention it, now I'm feeling it now.
I did get burned out on radio once a long time ago. I was working 16 hours a day. I'd been doing radio for 4 or 5 years, and I was just working too much, and so I quit. I left radio.
Yeah.
It wasn't quite a year, but then I came back.
And it's funny because, when I get burned out, I try to take a long break. But if I can't, then I go into, phantom zone mode. It's just,
You put up the cone of silence.
Yeah, the cone of silence goes up. Everything else in the world is dead to me. None of it matters. I'm just going to sit here with the dog on my lap and, watch something brainless or read, and that's how I get it back. So, yeah, I mean, and there's been a few times where as I've often joked, I need to go to the tired hospital.
Yeah.
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 I could use a break now.
We're working on that right now, aren't we?
What's the other question, Katie?
The other question came from Carrie, and it's
from someone who
somebody who sent it to you. Yes.
Yeah.
Have you become your parents, or have you become your grandparents?
You mean that's the choice?
That's the question. It's just, have you become your parents? ? Have you become your grandparents? ?
Haven't become my grandparents. They were very religious. And
There's still hope, Bill. You can come back.
And they were really good with money.
God looks out for those who.
And I made sure that I didn't and I didn't become my parents. At least I made pretty sure that I didn't become my father, because he was a mean son of a bitch who treated kids and his wife horribly. But I may have become my mother. If I'm in drag, I look just like her, so so I might have become my mother.
I've not become any of those of the above. I'm the complete and total opposites of them, in just about every way, shape, or form. I really a
conscious effort.
Well, no. Yes. I guess if you think about it, yeah, it was probably a conscious effort. Because when I think about some of the attitudes that my grandparents had, I shudder. I could
Yeah.
never become my grandparents. Oh, my grandfather was a racist. One of the worst.
Well,
oh, he
yeah,
was just
my grandpa was a
terrible.
racist too, but he was the kind of racist who didn't know he was a racist.
Well, yeah, that's the thing about Klaus. He didn't that's just him, That's just the way it was.
Mhm.
He didn't realize that it was wrong. He'd never met anything other than white people,
What? You call those Brazil nuts? My grandfather said. That's not what I call them.
No. All right. That's good
No.
enough, I'd say. That's a good enough for best question, right?
Ah, sure. Gina didn't answer that.
No, that's
Oh.
okay.
Oh.
No, that's okay. I guess I became my dad in my job.
Yes, you did.
Well, no, you didn't.
No?
No, you don't drink nearly enough.
That's true. I should.
You need to work on that.
Well, to work on that with Jimmy the Wine Guy coming up.
Yep, there you did become your dad. There you go.
That, exactly. It's the segue gene. It's just it's passed along.
Send your best question to us. Email it radiofromhell@x96.com.
All right. Traffic, please.
Let's see. We have rollover crash eastbound I-80 near Saltaire. Drivers are merging out of the right lane to the left, and traffic is backing up to SR 202. And that's about the only issue, though. I mean, that's kind of a serious one, but no other smaller issues to tell you about. If you have issues, well, about anything, yeah, we'll listen. They don't have to be traffic issues. You can text it to us, 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back with Jimmy the Wine Guy. Have another drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy right after these. KXRK Pro.
The lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains, the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our elders wandering around the streets of the Mos Eisley Spaceport, a more wretched hive of scum and villainy you'll never find. Let's listen. I just don't want to hang around here anymore. This place is pretty creepy.
Well, if we could just find the right parts, I can have your hyperbike making light speed in no time.
Well, where in heaven's name are we going to find parts for a hyperbike on this backwater planet?
This looks like a good place to start.
A cantina?
Yep.
We can't go into a place that serves icky Alderaan ale and icky Tatooine whiskey.
Oh, to heck with the rules. Your hyperbike ain't gonna fix itself.
Hey, we don't allow your kind in here.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. We'll just be on our way.
Well, I meant the droids.
Let's go somewhere where we will be appreciated, R2. Oh, don't ask me. I have no way of determining whether or not his parents were siblings.
Hey, Lehigh, check out that cool-looking guy sitting by himself over there.
Which guy?
The one sitting next to that giant furry carpet. He looks like the kind of guy who would know his way around the black market. I'll bet he can help us out.
That giant furry carpet is breathing and just happens to be heavily armed.
Follow my lead. Excuse me, sir, but I believe that you could be of some service to us.
Yeah, what is it, kid? You want to make the Kessel run on the fastest ship in the quadrant?
No, sir. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
He just wanted me to remind you that Wookiees have been known to rip the arms off of missionaries if they stick around too long. So what is it then? Do you need me to smuggle a shipload of Bibles somewhere?
No, but if you need a complimentary copy of the Book of Mormon, we can arrange that.
All I need is a charge blaster by my side. I ain't putting my faith in some hokey old religion.
Well, I believe that you would find the Book of Mormon to be more powerful than any blaster, and it serves to recharge us rather than us needing to recharge it.
Yeah, whatever you say, kid. What is it that you guys came in here for anyway?
We need a plasma inverter for a Mark 32 hyperbike.
You guys got any cash on you?
Cash? No, we don't.
Well, maybe we could work something out. You see that guy by the bar?
The green guy?
His name is Greedo, and he's looking for me. Now, you guys keep him busy while Chewy and I here make a break for it, and you'll find a plasma inverter on your hyperbike when you get outside.
You got a deal. Let's go, Lehigh.
Aiding and abetting suspected felons. Zone Leader Henson will not like this.
Now, maybe we won't put it on our report, okay? Excuse me, Mr. Greedo, sir. Hi, I'm Elder Jensen, and this is Elder Christiansen.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Will Lehigh and Butch ever get the plasma inverter off of this godforsaken rock of a planet? Will Han Solo try to shoot his way out of his neck scrape, or will he try using the Book of Mormon? Will Greedo join the church just to get away from our elders? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say, I can't believe we got thrown out of a sleazy cantina for bothering the regulars.
Well, beats the heck out of having your arms pulled off by a Wookiee.
On the next eye-crossing episode of Space Elders!
To do before we talk to Jimmy?
Well, I just want to tell you who's paying for this
good.
party.
Yes.
It's a High West Campfire whiskey.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Have another drink, it'll make you feel better. Have another drink and you feel alright. If you feel down and you're under the weather, have another drink and you feel alright.
Yes, it's Jimmy Santangelo. Jimmy the wine guy. He is the proprietor, the impresario, the chief cook and bottle washer at the Wine Academy of Utah. And Jimmy is here to talk about whiskey, campfire whiskey. Good morning, Mr. Santangelo.
Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? Thanks for having me on this morning to talk about this great product.
Yeah, let's just get right into it. This is an unusual product, I think, from High West Distilleries.
Yeah, you don't see a blended whiskey of this sort with the characteristics often done in such a fine job, I got to tell you. So what the High West Campfire Whiskey is, it's a blend of 3 different whiskeys. It's a blend of bourbon, a blend of rye, and then a blend of peated Scotch whiskey. So that's where you get that touch of smokiness from. I don't know if folks, peat is real interesting. It's the peat is P-E-A-T. That's how you spell it. Peat is found about a meter down in the ground. You dig it up. It's this malleable substance, almost clay-like, and you dry it out, and then you burn it. We used to use it for fuel in Scotland in the 1700s, and that's where they smoked. They dried out the grain, and that smokiness from the peat attached to the grain, and when they went to distill from that barley, that smoked peated barley, they got this really cool, smoky, kind of maritime, kind of this great, like you're next to a campfire at the end of the day. Kind of aromatic through the whiskey.
It really does. It smells kind of like a campfire, and it there's even a sort of a taste reminiscent of a campfire sitting there. It's the end of the. I've been on a cattle drive, and
I bet
we're at the end of the cattle drive.
Yeah.
It's subtle. It's not over the head. It's not bonking you on the head like a single malt peated Scotch whiskey from Islay, where that's all it is. This is really well ingrained. It's this is also a blend of 4 to 8 year old whiskeys together, so it's got some barrel age statement to it. You have brand new American char barrels that it's been set in, a little bit of second use barrels. So it's a really handcrafted, fine product that's been blended together. And you know what the best part is?
Yeah.
The best part, sorry, Bill, the best part is that it's limited here in Utah.
Really?
Campfire used to be all across the country, but it's been narrowed down. And because we love it so much here in the state and showed so much support, this Campfire whiskey is part of their limited release program of twice a year, spring and fall. We'll see it come out.
Now, this would be good in mixed drinks, I would think. Some sort of, how would you mix this High West Campfire whiskey? What would you do with it?
So you can blend it in 2 different ways. I like it as a take on the Rusty Nail, which is Scotch and Drambuie, subbing out the Scotch whiskey for this Campfire with the Drambuie. That I created that cocktail at the Metropolitan Restaurant back in the day with Karen Olson. I don't know if you guys remember that restaurant.
I remember, yes.
Sure.
Yeah, and that was a lot of fun. Called it the American Joe, a little take on it with having an American whiskey in that. But also, I love this. I love this with coffee. Making an Irish take on an Irish coffee. You use about an ounce of the whiskey, 3 ounces of hot coffee, maybe a little sugar in there, a little demi-euro or sugar in the raw simple syrup, and then float it with just a little bit of heavy cream. Not integrating it in, but just the float. So when you sip this,
so good.
You get the chill. You get the chill of the cream on the palate. You get the heat of the coffee and the sting of the whiskey. It all mixes real nice together.
I love that. Oh, that sounds great.
I have all of those ingredients available to me now.
Yes. They're just right here.
High West Campfire whiskey, and you can only get it in Utah now. That's pretty cool.
The list price is $64 at the state stores, and it's pretty widely available right now. But that's it; it's a one and done release. So if you see it on the shelf, grab it. I always get 2 because I'll gift one to a friend or mail to a buddy out of town. So it's a fun, it's a good opportunity.
So Jimmy, Wine Academy of Utah, you've still got plenty of events going on. What can people look for if they go to wineacademyofutah.com?
Yep, just go right to our tasting events tab, and we released all our summer in-home wine events. We've got these new events, new wines, new presentations. It's going to be a lot of fun, ranging from a taste of Italy that you can explore, Splash of Spain, California Coast. I had a lot of fun with the names. California Coast, like all these fun events. And one of my favorite events, and I had an opportunity to share it with each of you, was the Manhattan Cocktail, A Taste of History.
Mm-hmm.
One of my absolute favorite events to do.
Yeah,
it's important to learn this stuff too. I think anyway.
Yeah, and this is great. These are great gifts you could give to people, or do it for special events like anniversaries.
We've done it for birthdays. We've done it for absolutely highly recommend.
We've done it for the hell of it.
Yeah. So wineacademyofutah.com, and what people don't realize too is that Jimmy is a sommelier. That doesn't come easily, and you can train people to be sommeliers and do what you do, right?
Yeah, that's right. With the Wine and Spirits Education Trust, it's a UK-based program that I'm licensed through. We certify people in both wine, spirits, and even sake.
Yeah. We had a quick text question, and then we'll wrap this up. Asking for a friend. Do you have a surefire hangover cure?
Oh, jeez. In the words of my grandmother, keep drinking. No, I'm kidding.
I like that.
Just keep drinking.
I think
hair of the dog. Hair
water.
of the dog.
Lots of water, right? Lots of water.
Lots of water.
All right, Jimmy Santangelo, thank you very much. You can find all of this at wineacademyofutah.com. We'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you,
Look
Jimmy.
forward to it. Thanks, guys.
Traffic, Gina, please.
There appear to be 3 separate crashes on I-80 near Saltaire. Maybe this was just like a chain reaction kind of thing. 2 crashed eastbounds with cars on the right shoulder, another westbound on the right side. So big slowdowns going both directions, I-80 out by Saltaire. Crash on 40th North, 35th West in West Haven. All southbound and eastbound lanes are blocked. You're going to need to find an alternate route through there. And what are you seeing? You can text it to us if you find something, 33986.
Boners round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates you will be considering. Number 1, slow down. This is a SCO-hole zone. Number 2, oh, you YouTubers. And number 3, if I were a Democrat, I would already be on Mount Rushmore.
Oh, I know who said that. Okay, all right. That's your round 2 of your boners coming up, along with Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Stand by for all of that. Also, Mayor Wilson will be calling in later in the hour. Let's see. We'll take a break, and we'll be back after these. Brooklinen.com. This is their birthday sale. This is a great deal. Brooklinen.com. Enter the promo code X96 to get $20 off any purchase of $100 or more. Now, Brooklinen, of course, famous for their bed sheets, and I was a little late this morning because I was sleeping in a little. It was just such a great, the nice clean sheets. So you just put them on, and nice and warm, just exactly the way you want it. They're just so damn comfortable, and that's what they're offering you on their website. All Things Comfort. It's their biggest sale of the year, happening right now. Site-wide savings on All Things Comfort. So here's what you got to do. Get everything you need for a spring refresh during Brooklinen's biggest sale of the year. Shop Brooklinen's birthday sale. It's going on right now. And if you're listening to this after the sale ends, some people listen to us on delay, don't worry. You can still go to brooklinen.com and use the promo code X96 to get $20 off any purchases of $100 or more. So that's BROOKLINEN.com and the promo code X96. Enter that at checkout. You'll get $20 off any purchase of $100 or more. Brooklinen, everything you need to live your most comfortable life.
we still have popcorn in the building?
Yeah, why?
Because we should get rid of it all.
This might be the evidence that we have some. I'm eating it. God, you're a genius. You should be a detective.
Everybody knows you're eating it. Can we get rid of all the popcorn in the building so Bill doesn't eat it on the air anymore?
I'm attempting to get rid of it right now. I'm eating it.
But the fact that you have a small bowl of it tells me there's a bigger bag of it on your desk, and we'll be enjoying this
There
for
are
weeks to
3
come.
big bags of it on my desk.
Mm-hmm. You know,
and don't worry yourself about it. It's fine.
If you would hurry and eat it, then he wouldn't be able to.
So I need to take care of it.
You need to take some initiative.
She won't touch any of it.
I will.
No, this is Thai curry coconut. She
Yeah,
won't
no,
touch
I
it.
won't eat that one.
And then there's white cheddar pepper.
No, I
she
won't.
touch that.
Nope.
And then there's seaweed.
No,
she
I-
won't touch that either.
I like the rosemary truffle one.
It's gone.
Yeah, it was the first to go.
Because it's the best.
Because it's the best.
No, it's the only one you'll eat. Does not mean it's the best.
If it's gone, it's the best.
The Thai curry coconut is the best.
Is that what you have
It's good
there?
too.
Yeah.
So weeks and weeks we'll be enjoying.
No, I'm taking it home today.
Okay, good.
Don't worry about it. I'll take it home.
Okay, good.
And, you don't have to call attention to it.
No, I don't, because everybody can tell.
No,
And that's really why he wanted to get off the phone. He has a phobia about hearing people eating.
Oh, they couldn't tell.
They could.
No,
Yes,
they
they-
can't
yes, they
tell.
can.
You cannot tell. But I'm eating popcorn on the air right now.
No.
There's
Not
no way you can tell. I'm a professional and I know how to do it. I am a professional radio personality who knows.
I was going to say,
Now,
half,
if it was TV.
half of that sentence is true.
If it was TV, you could tell because you'd see me doing
You
it.
think Dan Rascone has stories of news anchors eating?
I bet he doesn't.
Listen, I've seen Dan Rascone pick his teeth while doing a news story.
On a live shot?
Yeah. Standing there with a toothpick going, well, tonight's news.
Atropos tweets, I hope that someday I can win a prize and have Bill ask me questions with a mouthful of popcorn.
Listen, these are our friends. You eat popcorn with friends. These are all our friends.
It just is going to make people hungry. That's what it does.
I am hungry now, actually. Talking about all
Well, the
this.
popcorn, there's
Thai curry.
on his desk.
Thai curry coconut.
$8:20 right now, and you can watch us if you'd like at x96.com/live as we broadcast from our homes. You can see us. We got cameras set up in our various bedrooms and basements and boudoirs and bunkers.
Who has a boudoir?
Don't you
Isn't
have
that a
boudoir?
Disney movie, Boudoirs and Bunkers?
Angela Lansbury was sexy in it.
Yeah.
But x96.com/live. You can also see Katie taking all of that sound and vision and processing it and putting it right into your ear and eye hole.
Yeah, and you can also watch Katie, and I've been meaning to ask her, mess with her hair in a certain way, and I'm not sure what Katie
bothering you.
What? No, it doesn't really bother me. I wonder what are you doing with your hair when you're doing that?
I knew
thing?
this was going to come up. So I have naturally curly hair. This is all natural curl, and the curl clumps all clump together, and so it looks like one super tight ringlet, and it looks really funny. And so I'm separating the curls and I'm twisting them to keep their coiled, but I'm trying to separate them and not have such a bunch. And I know it looks ridiculous.
And you do that every day, don't you?
I do.
Yeah.
It's kind of the hard part of having naturally curly hair that all wants to form into one curl that goes the same way.
We need to get you a monkey friend to sit on your shoulder and do that for you. I bet you could train a monkey to do
I'd be
that.
down.
Exploit the simian race.
No, they like it.
I would love
like
that.
it. They just
They like it, do they?
Yeah.
They love to do that.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I will uncurl your hair.
I was going to suggest a comb, but the
Well, so sometimes
monkey idea was
combing through your curls sometimes causes them to frizz, and it makes them not look so put together and look nicely.
you need to get one of those combs that have the wide, the tines are separated. They're
The wide tooth combs.
Yeah, wide tooth comb, like a pick, exactly.
Yeah.
A pick. That's what it's called. You
Here's
need
what
one
you
of
do, Katie.
Oh.
Find an electrical socket and stick your finger in it.
Got
That's
it.
not going to help.
It'll straighten your hair.
I got a lot of those in here, so
All right.
That's what I hear. All right, time for round 2 of your boner voting. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Winning here means it's not boner of the day yet. It'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. That's why here in round 2 it's important to pick strategically, because these winners of each round will go against each other. Boner fight happens at 9:20. That is when you will decide boner of the day. Right now you're picking one of these 3 to send forward to boner fight. So here we go with round 2. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
2 tickets to Real Salt Lake's home opener versus the dreaded Sporting KC. It's happening tomorrow at noon. Now, these tickets will be emailed to you, so don't think, oh, I don't want to try to win them. I don't want to come down and pick them up or anything. You'll get them emailed to you. So
nice.
Here's boner candidate number 1. Slow down. This is a SCO-hole zone. Seems to happen every once in a while.
Do we have the picture for this?
This is Florida. Photos of a fresh paint job in Orange County school zone show what was supposed to be the word school incorrectly spelled. SCOHOL.
There it is.
The box.
X96.com/live. You can see it.
as it was being put down, not because these take several people to do that. This isn't just one guy's job. Several people looked at that and said, "Yeah, that looks good. Let's."
Gina, a county spokesperson said, "This was an honest mistake."
Was it?
That's what they said.
Okay.
Boner candidate number 1. Slow down. This is a SCO-hole zone. Here's boner candidate number 2.
There's no spell check on the sidewalk.
No.
Oh, you YouTubers. 2 YouTubers are facing deportation from the island of Bali after they made a prank video that depicted one of them breaking local mask laws.
Ooh.
Josh Peter Lynn and Leah Say have reportedly had their passports seized by local government, and they risk being forced to leave Indonesia as a result of the video. In the clip, Ms. Say attempts to enter a grocery store, only to be turned away because she isn't wearing a mask. Lynn then paints a face mask on her face. Paints one on her face because these stupid Indonesians, they won't, And then she goes back to the store and is able to get into the store. The video, which was posted on April 22nd, had 3.5 million views. Indonesia has been strictly enforcing mask mandates. Police are allowed to issue fines on the first offense and deport foreigners on a second offense. Though this was Lin and Say's first known offense, the hubbub surrounding the video drew so much attention that Balinese authorities seized their passports. Lin is reportedly from Taiwan but lives in the United States, while Say, who goes by the name Lisha online, is a Russian citizen, according to police statements. These YouTubers, they are so...
No.
We'll go viral if we flaunt local law, Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3. If I were a Democrat, I would already be on Mount Rushmore.
All right, Boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
If you're looking for an adventure this summer, look no further than your own backyard at Nevada's Pony Express territories for both outdoor recreation and fun. Go to loneliestroad.us for more information.
Well, Lori Loughlin and her husband, Massimo, it is reported that they are going to leave Los Angeles and move to Idaho to work.
You know what? That's perfect.
To work on their marriage.
That's perfect.
Loughlin and Massimo plan to move to Idaho, according to a source who spoke with Us Weekly. In fact, the couple hopes to buy a home in Idaho. They looked at homes earlier this year in Idaho and were prepared to move out of Los Angeles, but they eventually decided to stay, at least temporarily, because their daughters really wanted them close by. Why Idaho?
Yeah.
Well, Lori loves hiking and skiing in the outdoors. Taking long hikes calms her, and she looks forward to her hikes daily. And Massimo also loves the outdoors, especially snowboarding and skiing, and Idaho has that to offer.
So here's the thing, you guys. If you want to work on your marriage, it sounds like you do need to be in the same room together because you both obsessively hike away from each other.
Yeah, they should buy a small house where they can't,
a love shack.
hide from each other. Yes.
Here's the thing: is that if you want to work on your marriage, you can do that in L.A. in the same house.
You know what my guess is? They don't want to be in L.A. because everybody gives them crap.
Hates them. Yes, that's exactly it.
So the Navajo Nation has had their troubles with coronavirus, but they've seems to have locked it down and pretty well gotten a handle on it, so much so that they're sending personal protective equipment to India.
Really?
To help that country as it deals with a massive surge in COVID-19 cases. In an interview with Fox 13 on Thursday, Navajo Nation President Jonathan Nez said that they are sending shipments of masks and other supplies to help. He suggested it was a way to pay it forward, noting that COVID-19 cases were at a high on the Navajo Nation, and they saw people all around the world sending relief to the Navajo Nation, which encompasses part of Utah down there in the Four Corners area. Friends from all across the country, all over the world, even Ireland, I don't know, all across the world, even Ireland, helped us out with supplies, money donations, because we were still waiting for the federal government to give us our share of the CARES Act, President Nez said. So we have a stockpile now.
Nice.
A lot of stuff that came in, so we'll send it to India. A Utah man has been charged with killing another man because that man made fun of his car. Patrick Connell Brown, charged in district court with murder and 2 counts of felony discharge of a weapon. Shortly after 1 p.m. on April 21st, Murray police arrived at the scene of a shooting, 45th South and State. They found Darrell Brown lying in the street next to his vehicle. He had been shot multiple times in the head and was pronounced dead at the scene. According to police, the victim's fiancé said that Darnell was arguing with Patrick in a parking lot and made fun of Patrick's black Range Rover. Patrick then pulled out a handgun, and then when Patrick drove away, Darnell followed him. And at the intersection of Main and 45th, Patrick leaned out the window of his car, threatened to shoot Darnell if he kept following him. Darnell used his cell phone, took a picture of the Range Rover, then hit the back of the Range Rover with his car. Darnell backed his vehicle up. Patrick made a U-turn. Darnell got out.
It's just a stupid road rage.
No kidding.
Well, what was I supposed to do? He made fun of my car.
Made fun of my car.
You consider the source and then move on.
Yeah,
That's
ignore
what you do.
people.
Yes.
Ignore them.
Las Vegas health officials have reported 6 more cases of liver illness believed to be linked to a commercially marketed bottled water called Real Water. U.S. Food and Drug Administration probe and lawsuits. People are alleging they were sickened and hospitalized drinking Real Water. In state court, attorneys for the bottler, AffinityLifestyles.com, said the company president Brent Jones acknowledged the FDA investigation, but didn't say, well, yes, our water caused illness. Just acknowledged they were under investigation. Apparently, they say that there are and this has been ongoing. So if you have somehow, somewhere acquired some bottles of Real Water, I would advise you maybe don't drink them at this point. The U.S. economy is so strong for some reason, and it's rebounding quickly. Consumers have shaken off the pandemic, and they're putting their stimulus. That's why this is happening. They're putting stimulus checks to work by buying cars and other goods and helping set the stage for what could be the fastest economic growth in decades.
So those stimulus checks are stimulating the economy.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. No, the fear is always that the people will save that money. They'll put it aside. Well, some people do.
I bet most people don't.
But or pay off credit cards. Don't pay off those credit cards. Go out and buy stuff. That's what needs.
Buy something fun.
Let's see.
Don't just get yourself a Vizio. Treat yourself to a Sony.
Yeah, that's good. Or a Samsung. That'd be good too. So the incredibly weird Matt Gaetz saga.
Oh, yay.
It just gets weirder and weirder.
All the time.
The Florida congressman is under investigation for allegedly paying for sex with an underage girl. That stems from an absolutely bonkers set of dominoes tumbling from the allegedly corrupt acts by former Seminole County tax collector and close Gaetz pal Joel Greenberg. That's where all this comes from. New reporting from the Daily Beast describes several drafts of a confession letter that Greenberg allegedly wrote to give to convicted felon and beneficiary of a pardon from President Donald Trump, Roger Stone, so that Stone could lobby Trump for a pardon on Greenberg's behalf. And that confession letter reportedly contained detailed descriptions of Gaetz and Greenberg having sex with a girl who was 17 years old at the time, paying her for it, and then resuming the arrangement again when she was 18.
Not just her, bunch of other girls.
Yeah. Oh, and then there's this. Greenberg allegedly said to Roger Stone, I'll give you $250,000 worth of Bitcoin if you help me get a pardon.
Bitcoin. Even Roger Stone isn't.
Well, Roger Stone says he didn't ever get a letter like that.
Roger Stone, how do you tell if he's lying? His lips are moving.
That's I didn't.
He got it. These are text messages. He got them.
He got the text messages.
Yeah.
Well, he says he never got the letter offering the bribe.
And the Bitcoin's untraceable, so he'll say I didn't get that either.
Yeah, there are screenshots of several messages between Stone and Greenberg discussing the possibility of a pardon. And in those messages, Stone and Greenberg repeatedly mentioned how they viewed Gaetz's role in the alleged sex trafficking scheme as strategically helpful to securing a pardon.
Yep.
The assumption was that Trump would want to help Gaetz, who is a strong ally of former President Trump. They want, and they thought, well, Trump will do this because he doesn't want Gates to get all caught up in it.
And he didn't. None of them got a pardon.
No.
So.
No. Well, Roger
okay.
Stone did.
No, but for this.
Yeah, but not Greenberg or Gates.
It's okay. Matt can share a cell with Giuliani, and it'll be
boy,
a wonderful day.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, if there's a Cougar in your life, they're probably pretty happy today. Zach Wilson, BYU quarterback, goes to the Jets as predicted, number 2 pick in Thursday's draft. He's the Cougars' highest pick ever. You thought, oh, surely Steve Young or Jim McMahon? Nope, Zach Wilson. So there's that. The Jazz are on the road. They play the Phoenix Suns today at 8 p.m. And tomorrow, it's your home opener for Real Salt Lake. You can still get tickets for that, I believe. They're playing the evil, the dreaded, the much-hated Sporting KC. It's an early game. I think it's at noon. So that's sports. Weather. Kerry will be out on his back porch today enjoying the sunshine and comics. And you could too, not in Kerry's yard, but in your own yard. 83 and sunny for a high today. Tomorrow, partly sunny and 80. And then we have another chance of showers happening Sunday night into Monday. Things cooling off a bit, but enjoy the next couple of days for sure. Let's see, traffic. I had a friend of the program text in saying all that trouble out on I-80 by Saltaire doesn't seem to be affecting traffic. There were several accidents out there, but this friend of the program anyway says, I just drove past the wrecks on I-80. There's no backups. The cars are to the side of the road. They're cleaning it up. No delays in driving. Thank you. See, that's very helpful. They sent that in via text at 33986.
All right.
Here's Boner Candidates in number 3. And because he's no longer president and not in the news every single day, I think we can nominate him occasionally for a Boner Candidate. On Wednesday, Dan Bonino, I think that's how you say Dan's name, Bonino, interviewed Donald Trump for his podcast, The Dan Bonino Show. And between talk of 2024 and bragging about past rally attendance numbers, the two agreed that if Trump had been a Democrat, he'd already have his face carved onto Mount Rushmore along with the other great presidents. This isn't the first time this has come up in Trump circles. Last year, the New York Times reported in 2019 that in 2019 the then president had begun inquiring about the process of being added to a presidential monument, particularly Mount Rushmore. They also reported that upon his visit last year, Governor Kristi Noem, of course, Mount Rushmore in her state, greeted him with a 4-foot replica of Mount Rushmore that included his likeness on it.
Well, isn't that enough? There you go.
Trump denied that. He denied that report.
Wrong.
But Bonino brought it up again on his podcast. Earlier in the interview, the two were discussing the success of Operation Warp Speed in exceeding everyone else's expectations and predictions in getting the vaccines created, produced, and ready for American public. Speaking about success of the vaccine, Trump said that worldwide we saved tens of millions of lives, and in our country, in a true sense, we saved our country with the vaccine.
So the vaccine does work then. Okay. Your orange god has told you that it works, so get it.
This never would have happened had somebody else been in office. And, I think if I'd been a Democrat, I'd already be on Mount Rushmore.
Let me put that to rest right now. The Democrats love Barack Obama. If anybody was going to get on Mount Rushmore to be Barack Obama, he's a Democrat. It's not happening. All right?
How many Democratic presidents have we had?
Yeah.
That none of them are...
I love the poorly educated.
That's what it is right there.
Boner Candidate number 3. If I were a Democrat, I'd already be on Mount Rushmore.
All right. Let's review the first two and vote.
Okay, number 1 was, slow down, this is a SCO-hole zone. Yes, the word school misspelled in a school zone crosswalk painted in Florida. We'll have it corrected by the end of the week. It's not very funny. Boner candidate number 2. Oh, you YouTubers. They're facing deportation from Bali by doing a fake mask stunt that they thought would be really funny. And boner candidate number 3. If I were a Democrat, I'd already be on Mount Rushmore.
Okay, thank you. There you go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst. Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Now remember to pick strategically when you vote, because this winner will go up against the winner of round 1's voting. Good candidates, so think about that while you're voting. But put that single digit, 1, 2, or 3, in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com, looking for the box that says Boner Voting April 30, 2021. Now, once you do your voting, sit back and relax and wait, because Boner of the Day will happen at 9:20. That's when you'll decide between the winner of this round and the winner of round 1, who is the worst, who is Boner of the Day. And then Dave the Flower Guy takes away your vote and decides who Boner of the Week is. All right, so this is round 2. You have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. Boners.
So my daughter yesterday came downstairs and she said, I took a personality test and I am the rarest personality type in the world.
Which is what?
Well, there's this test called the Myers-Briggs test.
I'm taking this test right now. You
Yeah,
send it to us.
I'm doing it now,
I'm
too.
trying to take it while you're talking, so go ahead.
And I think one of her classes at school, this was an exercise they were doing like in health class or something, but she was quite proud of the fact that she was the rarest personality type in the world, which is, there's a bunch of different kinds. There's the architect, the logician, the commander, the debater, the advocate, the mediator, the protagonist, the campaigner, the defender, the executive, the counsel. There's a bunch of them.
Says 16. Isn't that what it means? 16
yeah.
personalities?
And she was an advocate, which is someone that's, they say like Nelson Mandela is an advocate, and Mother Teresa is an advocate, and that sort of. So she was very excited, and she said to my husband, she said, "Dad, I want you to take this test because we are so similar. I bet you're the same."
I thought she was going to say, "I want to move to South Africa."
I bet you're the. Now these tests, who knows how accurate they are. However, I look at how it describes her, and my husband was like, "I don't think we're going to be the same." He took the test. He's the same. He is the same as her, and I took the test, and I am not the same as them. They are advocates.
Did it indicate that you had a personality?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good.
I'm a mediator. I am.
No kidding.
No, but so if you say these tests are bunk,
I don't think they're bunk.
That doesn't surprise you when you hear that that's what mine is, right?
No, I think that they're, that they can be one gauge, one way of looking at a person and trying to figure out what they're like.
Yeah,
it's not everything, but
I found it very very interesting. But it says mediators you may know, people that share my personality type. William Shakespeare.
Well, your personality type?
Mine.
Yours, okay.
Alicia Keys, Bjork.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Bjork.
Tom Hiddleston. I don't know why.
Tom Hiddleston is
there?
there?
I don't know why.
Okay.
But the last one they say, the mediators you may know, famous people that share your personality type. Julia Roberts.
Julia Roberts.
So this is
wish
why
you'd
I
sent
want you
this-
guys to take
I
the
wish
test.
you would
so
sent this early enough. We could.
Yeah, this is taking a while,
I'm
actually.
trying to get through it here, and I can't. I'm not going to be able to get through it through the.
I think there's like 30 questions. Maybe you guys can take it, and we've got time before the end of the show. We can revisit it.
Okay, I'm going to stop taking it right now because I can't focus on. Can you focus on two things at once?
Is that a
disagree?
question?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I disagree.
You have got detailed education or career development plans stretching several years into the future. Well, hell no. You rarely dwell on your regrets. No, I dwell on my regrets constantly, so
Do
that
you
would
really?
be disagree? All right, okay.
You become bored or lose interest when the discussion gets highly. What are we talking about?
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you guys keep taking this during the commercials, and then maybe we have some space later in the show, I think, where we can get your results. And if people want, I'll tweet out this test if you want to take the test too. I found it to be very accurate.
You usually postpone finalizing decisions for as long as possible. Well, let's not do this. Let's not.
Let's not do this.
Let's
now.
not do this now. Let's do it sometime later. Okay.
All right. Well,
Okay, does that sound like a plan?
All right. We'll take it off.
I'm
the air.
mediating this. I'm helping us through this.
We'll see. All right. All right, 8:48. We'll award Boner for round 2 in a second, but first, Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. They want you to know that today is the last day to schedule your appointment to get the special price.
Please, Carrie.
Yes.
To get a hail of a deal.
It's
from
a
Scott
hail of a
Hale.
deal.
Yeah.
A great discount.
Schedule your furnace or AC tune-up. Today is the last day for this for $49. Now, you don't have to have them come today. Just schedule the appointment today, and you get the. And then the price goes up tomorrow, May 1st.
Yes.
It goes up to $79. So you want to save that money? Call Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air today and get the savings that you need and that you want. I thought it's like $30 or something.
Yeah, you'll save $30. And you need this because you're going to be turning on your AC here in a little while.
Yep.
And rather than a surprise, oh my, it doesn't work. How about, oh, it works, nice and cool. Way to go. Thank you, Scott Hale.
Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE. That's 264-HALE, or go to scotthale.com.
Time to award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you by a couple of French fries.
Nice.
And feel the music as computer graphics and lasers take you for a cosmic ride. Clark Planetarium's light shows play every Friday and Saturday. Tickets are available at clarkplanetarium.org.
Boner candidate number 1, slow down. This is a SCO-hole zone. We meant to paint school zone. School. It was a mistake in Florida. Yeah, a mistake. We'll take care of it, okay? Says Boner candidate number 2. Oh, you YouTubers facing deportation from Bali over a fake mask stunt. We'll get these stupid Indonesian shopkeepers to fall for this. It'll be great. And then Boner candidate number 3. If I were a Democrat, I'd already be on Mount Rushmore. He's crazy.
He's delusional.
and silly, and he was president for 4 years. Donald Trump saying that if his administration saved America, and he would be on Mount Rushmore if he were a Democrat.
No.
Maya won tickets to the RSL game tomorrow, and the winner, boner candidate number 3. If I were a Democrat, I'd already be on Mount Rushmore.
There you go. That's the winner of round 2's voting. Goes forward to boner fights between it and round 1's winner. One of those will be boner of the day. You'll decide at 9:20. All right, we do have the mayor on the phone, Mayor Wilson.
Jenny Wilson, the mayor of Salt Lake County. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. And do I get to vote? Because I vote for number 3.
Well, it won, so there you go.
Well, if he were a Democrat, he'd be on Mount. Oh my God!
No,
that's just crazy.
And if I were a Republican, I'll tell you where I'd be in this state.
Now you come from a long line of Democrats. Has your family in Utah always been Democrat?
Yeah, my dad tells a story. You know, his father came from another state. His mother was 5th generation Utah LDS pioneer stock. And his father was very aligned with the Democratic Party back in the day. So I think so. My mom's family, not so much. They were active LDS and Republican. And then my grandmother became a social worker, my mom's mom. And I think she sort of shifted. I don't think she was partisan in the end, but she had a lot of alignment with the work of the Democratic Party. So now I have a Republican sister, so we're a couple of independents. So yeah.
Oh, that's right. I guess I knew that. I've met I know your sister, as a matter of fact, and she's worked for Republican people. I know.
And I align with my party, but I want to work with anybody that's willing to get some stuff done. So I work well. I hope the Republicans.
So people who don't know, your dad, Ted Wilson, was a beloved mayor of Salt Lake City for how many terms?
2. Was it 2? 2. Well, he was elected to a 3rd term, and then he was offered a job to run the Hinckley Institute of Politics at the University of Utah, and he ended up taking that position. So he was there 2.5 terms.
Yeah. And so and I don't know why we're taking time to do this, because I didn't really have any specific question in mind.
Well, I'm sure Mayor Wilson wants to talk about the glut of vaccine we have in Salt Lake County and how she wants to get it in people's arms, right?
Yes, we do. We have doses. I don't even know. I think we got some additional. The Johnson & Johnson, of course, is back up. And then, so we, as of yesterday, we had 20,000 appointments available next week. And I'm sure some of those were filled yesterday. But the good news is you can actually walk in to our Mountain America Center and get a vaccine next week between 10 and 2 o'clock. So that's the best part of this.
You don't even have to call ahead. Okay.
Nope. Now I very well may show up at 10 a.m. on Monday to just see. I want to make sure. I mean, the team's great on site, but I would imagine we'll have a little bit of a rush at 10. So you've got all week between 10 and 2. Whatever's convenient, come by. And our team's really excited because it's been a bit slow.
They say that about. I mean, why do you think it's slowed down? Are just the amount of people who are going to get a vaccine? Are they've just done it, and the rest of them are going to say saying I'm not going to do it, or?
And I'm not the best one to weigh in on whether or not we're facing any vaccine hesitancy. It was supply. We just were not getting the supply, and then we also scheduled all of the month of April some time ago. And then we would add appointments. We do, of course, a lot of the outreach clinics through community groups, churches, to get to people that are harder to reach. We do a tremendous amount of that. And so in any event, it was supply, and we just received more, and we're ready to go next week.
So if you go to the Mountain America Expo Center next week, which vaccine will you get? Or is it just, was there a particular one, or? That
I do not know, but I'll tell you, any of the 3 is a much better choice than COVID. And we really are encouraging people to go. So I'm sure they know. I just don't know that off the top of my head.
All right. Just show up next week, Mountain
Yeah,
America.
between 10 and 2. And then we are right now planning to expand those hours. And, of course, we're doing some after-work clinics. We're going to be rolling more out. But that's the big news for next week.
All right. Well, thank you, Mayor Wilson. Next time I'll have some specific questions next week. I thought, wait a minute, I don't even know what I want to talk about. So nice to hear.
That's like my day, too, so no worries.
Okay, all right. We'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, let's see if we have anything new. Crash northbound I-15, 27th North in Lehigh. This is milepost 283 and off to the left shoulder. Crash 40th North, 35th West in West Haven. That's an older one. It's probably cleared up by now. We have pretty good commute for you this morning. Now, if you see something that I am not mentioning and you think it should be mentioned, you can text it to us, as always, at 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. Boner Fight is on the way. Stand by for that. Also, Boner of the Week and a reasonable amount of news, all coming up. And now a message from the State of Utah COVID Task Force.
Yeah, Jenny Wilson was talking about the Salt Lake County Health Department and but Utah County has lots and lots of doses of vaccine available too, and they would like you to use them up. Utah County Health Department had, at least at the beginning of the week, they had 7,000 vaccine appointments available in Spanish Fork, Provo, and American Fork, and they probably still have some left. So schedule yours at healthevents.utahcounty.gov.
Yesterday, my parents stopped by. Just stopped by to say hi. And you know what we did? We hugged.
What?
Embraced.
But that's weird because you guys never did that before.
But they're vaccinated. We're vaccinated. That's what you can do. If you get vaccinated, you can start interacting with people in a normal way again.
So if you're a hugger,
yes,
get the shot in your arm today. That's it.
The Workday.
I didn't see any of this. I just heard it secondhand.
I had a major breakthrough with Gina this weekend when we were in L.A. I got her drunk 3 times.
He did.
And it wasn't hard. Really.
It cost him a total of $10 for all 3 times.
Each time. He's a cheap drunk.
Well, see, this is a little secret. You don't take a girl to dinner and then drinks. You always take her to drinks first.
Sure.
Because she's drinking on an empty stomach.
Yes, she is.
Now, you tell me what you remember, and I'll fill in the holes.
Well, I remember...
Because there were some things that she said that she doesn't remember.
I think you're making stuff up to make me think I was drunker than you think I am.
I'm not making anything up. I don't need to.
make you thinker than I drunk I am.
Yeah.
So the first night we were there, Bill was with his family doing family stuff, so Carrie...
Every night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Carrie was babysitting me.
Because Gina has to have somebody babysit.
I was all alone.
Usually it's both of us, Carrie and I. And when it's Carrie and it's me babysitting Gina, it's like those old cartoons with the little devil on one shoulder and the good angel on the other shoulder. Carrie, of course, being the little devil.
Carrie's been trying to get me drunk for years.
Well, I begged you to start drinking.
Yeah.
And I
wasn't doing it on my own.
And I always say, no, you don't have to.
It's okay. So we go to Trader Vic's, which is in the hotel.
It's connected to.
It's an old hotel, so there's no straight route to get to Trader Vic's. You have to wind through hallways and...
Because they never do things like that in new buildings.
No, well, it just...
Sure been around a lot, haven't you?
It was a circuitous route to get there.
Sure.
And we sit down, and Ben, the bartender, brings over the menu. And this is the menu of the drinks, not the menu of the food.
Trader Vic's, famous for its big frou-frou.
Fruity drinks. Drinks served in coconuts with parasols and giant chunks of, watermelon and pineapple.
You can buy Trader Vic's syrups and things for drinks.
And I said, well, I'd like a margarita because that's whenever I do actually have a mixed drink, that's the one I have. And I said, do you think I can get one?
She doesn't have a real margarita. She has a snow cone, essentially.
Yeah, because a real margarita is not blended.
No.
So I said, well, I'd like that. And Carrie said, well, I'm sure he can make you that. And I said, no, I'm here. I'm going to order something off the
You
menu.
go, girl.
So
Empowerment!
So she ordered, what was it? I don't remember
know.
what it was
It
called. Some kind of rum punch thing.
Yeah.
Come on. You don't know what
I don't remember what it was called.
Okay.
It was it was in a tall glass. It was red. It looked like Hawaiian punch.
Had umbrellas and
Had a
fruit
chunk of
and-
pineapple and all that stuff.
Okay.
And I had one,
Yeah.
and this is before the food, and then Carrie ordered another, and he made me get another. And that was it.
That was it. She was gone.
Where did she go?
Empty stomach, drink and a half. She was in outer space.
I was giggling, and I kept leaning on you, I think.
You did.
Did I touch you a lot?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But then you told me after the fact that
Now,
I was saying
I want you to
things.
tell me what you remember. Then I will fill in the holes. What do you remember after that?
I remember I ordered a steak.
Uh-huh.
And
you like the steak.
The
you
steak
ate
was
you ate it
good,
all.
Yeah. And, lettuce wraps. I had some lettuce wraps.
She was proud of the fact that she had a lettuce wrap.
Yeah.
And this is all after one drink.
Yeah.
I had a fortune cookie with a misspelling on it.
Oh, did you save that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I have that. That's all I remember, really.
You remember going back to the room?
Did you guys go back to the same room?
Or did you just wake up in your room?
No, I went back there somehow.
You went back to your room and then you watched Dances with Wolves.
Oh, that's what I did.
That's what you do remember.
'Cause it was on HBO. Although I always have to turn it off when the white man comes, because that's when it gets sad.
I always have to turn it, which implies, of course, that she
She's seen it
watches
more
it
than once.
over and over and over again.
Okay.
So that's what I remember.
That's what you remember. Okay.
What is she leaving out?
A lot.
What?
Giggling uncontrollably.
About?
Being drunk.
This is.
I'm a naughty girl.
This is a drink and a half.
And I kept calling
I'm not
her.
exaggerating.
All I had to do to elicit, not kidding, 3 minutes worth of uncontrolled giggling was call her Drinky McWeather. That was all I had to do.
Well, see, it's working now, and she's sober, so I think she's sober.
I have muscle memory from.
Drinky McWeather.
How would it be possible for you to have muscle memory? It would imply muscles.
That's right. All through the rest of dinner, she just kept laughing when she wasn't eating, and she kept saying, "I'm not a cheap date. I'm not a cheap date." I said, "No, Gina, of course you're not. You drank on an empty stomach. It's more efficient that way."
But I never do. I'm
not a cheap date. I'm not a cheap date.
I never do that. I surprised myself how drunk I was on so little alcohol.
Now, the other thing she left out was when she was sober. When we were walking to Trader Vic's, that long walk that she talked about, there's a very long hallway to
Right.
get there.
Yeah.
So now she's plastered, and we're heading back to the room. And she stops at the entrance to this long hallway, kind of teeters a bit, steadies herself with her elbow up against the wall of the hallway.
Good Lord.
And
you remember
says-
this? Yeah.
And says, "Man, this is a long hallway."
I had to work up the courage to walk down it.
Well, apparently your bar manager, Mr. Ben Chung at Trader Vic's at the Beverly Hilton, Mr. Ben Chung being the bar
That's
manager.
who waited on us.
Was it really?
It was Ben.
He's famous.
He's he apparently mixed you a fine drink.
Yes, he did.
Ben Chung, he's famous. He cared. He made my Mai Tai with love.
He
Ben
did.
Chung did.
I saw him add the
because
love.
I went there later and had someone else mix me another Mai Tai, and it wasn't as good.
Wasn't Ben.
Ben's the guy.
Well, you should have taken it up with the general manager, Mr. Chai Rohana.
Also a good man.
Yeah.
I saw him. I saw the name Chai on his name
There
tag,
you
and
go.
I
CHAI.
chuckled because I was like, I love to drink chai.
Yeah.
I wonder if he uses that.
He's the
Anyway,
general manager.
So I get her to her elevator because she was in a different wing of the hotel than we were. Get her to her
I don't
elevator.
remember this part at all.
She took my hand as if she was going to kiss it.
You're making this.
I'm not making this up. And said, Thank you so much, Carrie Jackson. Thank you.
Good Lord.
I'm not making that
And
part.
then, and given that, you put her on an elevator by herself?
I thought she'd be okay.
I'll bet she slept in the hall outside of her room for a good 2 hours.
I made it back and watched Dances with Wolves.
So
After a while.
So the second night, I got her drunk out at the El Torito Grill, and she got in the car, and after she made me take her to Cheesecake Factory to get a slice of cheesecake to go,
Well, we were
Right.
we were on our way.
We were there.
she says, "I'm going to get this. I'm going to eat it on the way home." She said. Well, she laid down in the back of the car and fell asleep,
I didn't eat it.
and then didn't eat the cheesecake because it had been out too long.
Yeah.
third night,
you said I snored.
yeah, you did. It was so. She has a cute little snore. It's funny. And then the third was I got her drunk on good margaritas at Tortilla Joe's in downtown Disney, and made her walk around Disneyland drunk.
3 nights in a row.
You're still hungover, aren't you?
Not only do I never do that, I certainly have never done it 3 nights in a row.
Wouldn't you like to do it again now that you've done it?
I can be Drinky McWeather all the time.
You know, you can do that at home every night if you want.
No, that's just sad, is what that is.
Why? I do it.
You call it sad, I call it fun.
Yeah, but you're not alone.
I call it relaxing.
Yeah.
You're not alone. It's sad when you drink alone.
You have a son?
Yeah.
Honey, go get Mommy a drink.
Go get Mommy a Mai Tai out of the fridge. One of the cans of Trader Vic's.
I'm going to teach you how to make the perfect margarita. Because on this day?
Yeah, in 1983, not a Leto, none of the Letos.
None of the
It's not a
Letos?
Leto, it's not Shannon or Jared's birthday.
Huh.
It's the bass player for 30 Seconds to Mars, Stevie Aiello, was born in 1983.
I didn't know there was a brother in the band.
Yes.
With Jared.
Yes, Shannon. I've told you. You'll know this when I tell you this, Bill, because we've talked about it before. Our old intern, Heidi.
Right, Heidi Shepard.
Heidi Shepard, who when I met her, she was just down at SUU doing student radio down there, and
Looking for her navel.
And I went down there and talked to the radio department, and she was the only person after class that stayed after class and had questions about how to get into the radio business.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, if you can come up to Salt Lake and be an intern for us, that'd be great, which she did. And she went on to be Playboy Radio in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
She had a show there, and now she's a very successful musician with the band Butcher Babies. And when she moved to L.A. and was on the Playboy Radio, do you know who she lived with?
Hugh Hefner.
Shannon Leto.
Oh.
Oh.
I should have guessed that, shouldn't I?
He was her boyfriend. He was her boyfriend.
Not any longer?
No,
Probably
no.
not.
This was a long time ago. Yes.
Heidi
So
was
there-
nice
there's your-
person. And she didn't have a navel.
Yep.
No, in fact, I follow her on Instagram, and she posted a picture a week or two ago of her as an infant.
Mm-hmm.
And like she had severe birth defects when she was born. Like her organs were born on the outside.
Right.
Really?
Yeah, that happens occasionally.
Wow.
And that's why she doesn't have a belly button because of that. And she was very, very ill as a child, and she did a whole post about that.
And butcher babies are still
oh yeah,
still a going concern.
Yeah. You can follow her. I think her Instagram title's Heidi the Butcher or something like that. But yeah, they still tour and record and
cool. I know she was passing through town here a while ago.
Yeah. Yeah, there's
still... she was a memorable. It's rare to remember an intern's last name, let alone their first name. I mean, or even their nickname. I've had past interns come up to me and say, "You don't remember me, do you?" I'll say,
"No."
Well, I don't know. Who are you? I was your intern one time. Clamshell. Or
we never had clamshell intern.
Well, no, I'm just using it as an example. Oh, okay. You guys gave me a nickname. It was Clamshell. Oh yeah, I remember. Sure. I don't have any.
And see if they identify themselves by their nicknames, then I will remember.
They've said their nicknames to me, and I haven't remembered.
But if they come up and say, "Hi, my name's Steve," or whatever, yes, I was an intern for you for a while, huh? And then if they say my nickname was Clamshell, then I'll go, "Oh yeah."
Carrie, you brought up Steve. Steve will not come up and tell you I used to be an intern.
He's missing.
Remember?
Oh, that's right.
Sneaky intern.
Sneaky intern. See, I remember Sneaky Intern, but I don't remember Steve.
Yeah, he went missing and still is missing.
He's still missing.
Like police looking for him missing, not like he just decided to go do something else. He is a missing person.
No, he might have decided to go do something else. He's just been very successful at that.
Well, there's a future feature. It's called All My Interns, and we contact our old interns.
Listen, I advocated for that once, having an intern reunion party, but
well, they're all spread out everywhere. It'd be hard to do.
Yeah,
but I know one of them is a pot farmer. One of them,
Pushy Brad
is in a topless punk band. One worked for Rolling Stone for a while. Yeah, all my interns.
One of them became our producer.
Yeah,
isn't Groover a plumber?
Groover is a plumber.
Is he a plumber now? That's right.
Which is it's interesting that we gave him and I don't remember why we gave him the nickname Groover specifically.
Wasn't that his name?
No.
I thought Groover was his last name.
No, I don't think so.
Because it was spelt funny. It wasn't spelt Groover.
He's probably listening.
It was like Greu. It was some kind of strange spelling, I thought.
Well, now I can't. Now I feel weird because I don't know for sure.
Groover, check in.
But at any rate, he's a plumber. And the toilet, the portable toilet that they use on river trips, is called the Groover.
The Groover.
Mm-hmm.
But he had the nickname before the plumber thing, so it didn't come from that.
No. Well, so you think Groover was his nickname?
And I'm under the
both.
I'm under the impression that Groover was his actual name.
Well, he'll let us know. He listens.
Yeah,
he
that's
pops
true.
up every once in a while.
All right. Well, let's take a break.
I hope we hear from Lemonhead, too. It's one of my
There's
favorite.
never a Lemonhead intern.
There wasn't.
There's no clamshell or Lemonhead.
Are you sure? Clamshell and Lemonhead.
No, that was the sitcom that you were trying to pitch.
Oh, that's right. Back at
Puppet Show.
Yeah.
All right. Not going to happen. Let's see. So, as an intern, your future could either involve music career or could involve going missing. Well, no, there's plumbers, too.
Mm-hmm.
The world needs ditch diggers, too. And,
pot farming.
Twitchy Phil was a game creator.
Phil,
Twitchy Phil. We called him Twitchy Phil because he had Tourette syndrome.
Yep.
Periodically, you'd hear him barking in the production booth.
He would yip.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back with boner fights and a reasonable amount of news after these X96.
My grandpa never said that. What was that all about?
Fine, I won't say anything.
No,
then.
we're not saying don't say anything. We're trying to. For how many years have you been here? We're trying to still teach you. Please say things. But, wait for a break in the sentence. When someone is in mid-sentence, you don't start talking.
I might forget what I was going to say.
There is that. There is that.
There's an unplanned course change being fed into the instruments.
The minute it comes to me.
No, Leanne, we're not going to stop being mean to Gina. Go away. I'm not answering that call.
Well, no, let me talk to Leanne. Hi, Leanne. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Now, Leanne, have you been listening this morning?
I have.
Yeah, I don't think of being particularly mean to Gina.
Well, okay, you guys are always picking on her at some point. You have to be nice to her.
Why?
I might cry.
Yeah, see?
I think...
Don't make Gina cry.
Okay.
That's not nice.
Leanne,
we
you
won't.
and Gina are single-handedly putting women's rights into the Middle Ages. All right? You fight like hell for equal rights to work just like the men, and then you get here and expect special treatment.
No, it's not special treatment. It's called don't be mean.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's
It's
special
just
treatment.
Don't be mean.
Don't
That's
be
all
mean
there
or
is
you
to
might
it.
make her cry.
You have to understand Carrie's mean to everyone.
Yes.
Thanks, Leanne.
Thank you,
You're
Leanne.
welcome. I
See you
love
later.
you guys.
See you later.
Oh, my God. Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi.
How are you this morning?
I'm just fine.
You're a great Americanist. What can we do for you?
I just wanted to tell you to be nice to Gina. That's all I
okay,
wanted.
thanks.
I was feeling sad for her.
See, you were going to cry for me,
No.
huh?
I was.
No.
I think I had a couple of tears welling
Michelle,
up, and
do
I
you
thought,
think
you know
that
what? This is wrong.
Michelle, do you think women need special
No, wait a
treatment in the
minute.
workplace?
I never said they needed special treatment.
No, I'm asking you a question.
No.
Okay, then.
Michelle,
But there's a difference between special treatment and just common courtesy.
Michelle.
Being nice.
Michelle, is it common courtesy? Now, have you've been listening this morning?
Yes.
Yes.
All I'm trying to do is get through this feature.
Yeah.
And Gina is saying, "Oh, that's what happened to the."
How is that common courtesy?
So you know what I did? I stopped and said, "Well, then tell us all about it." Apparently,
you were
it's
being sarcastic.
apparently.
And then you yelled at her a
I
minute
didn't-
later for like 5 minutes. You
I
guys
didn't-
didn't stop. You just
all
kept
right,
going
No, I
Michelle?
didn't yell.
Michelle.
and going.
I didn't yell.
Michelle.
right.
Michelle. Is it common courtesy to interrupt someone when they're speaking?
No, but she said she was sorry.
I'm
But
very
she says
sorry.
she's sorry every day.
But I'm really, really sorry.
Oh, wait a minute. Michelle's right. Gina said she was
said,
sorry.
I'm sorry, and you kept going, and you kept going, and I thought, that poor girl is either
Again,
gonna cry or
Michelle,
quit.
you and Gina are setting back women's rights 30 or 40 years.
I have to disagree with you.
I think it's
Just
only 20.
apologize, Michelle.
Michelle,
Just tell Carrie you're sorry.
you're wrong, and you know why?
Why am
Because
I
you're a
wrong?
woman. That's why, okay?
But thanks for
If
trying.
I were as smart as you guys, I'd know when
21. All right, we do have Boner Fight coming up here in about 6 or so minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by...
Consolidate debt, make home repairs, and more with a home equity line of credit from Mountain America. Apply today at macu.com, equal housing lender.
Thank you.
You remember that show?
That one show?
One show on HBO.
What kind of show?
Entourage.
Yes,
Ugh.
I used to watch that show.
The creator of that show says that HBO is reluctant to promote the show because of a wave of righteous PC culture, and says every day I'm getting Google alerts telling me how bad I am. Entourage creator Doug Ellen suggested HBO has buried his hit comedy from being discovered by new viewers because of PC culture. The writer-producer said in an interview that his famously bro-y 2004 Hollywood Insider series wasn't included in HBO Max's must-see comedy list on the streaming platform, and he suspects their reason is the show is not... He suspects there is a reason the show is not being promoted as heavily as the others. He said it's because of a wave of righteous PC culture has kept the show from being more widely promoted on the network's streaming services. He may be right.
No, he can't prove that.
He can't, but...
He can't. That's just his opinion. And even then, they have a lot of stuff on HBO Max.
I was going to say, there's only so much stuff.
There's only so much room.
Only
now,
so
granted,
much space.
It won a lot of awards,
It
yes,
was
but
very
also
successful.
Also, on the must-see feature on the streaming service, they rotate those. So maybe they just haven't gotten to Entourage yet. Your paranoia is showing.
He complained that his recent comedy pilot, excuse me, 40, starring Michael Imperioli, Michael Rappaport, and Ed Burns, wasn't picked up to series by HBO. Whether HBO thought it was good or not, I earned my chance to have a second shot, and they put on some other crappy shows instead.
Again, your opinion.
I don't think he's going to get on HBO at all ever again. Jeff Bezos, space venture, Blue Origin. I don't like that name. Will soon begin...
SpaceX was taken already. That's the best name. So after that, it's hard to...
SpaceX is the best name?
Yes! It's easy to spell. Everybody knows it. Nobody knows Blue Origin. It's the best name.
Starfleet is a better name.
Yeah. Starfleet or, Rocket Ships Incorporated.
You think Rocket Ships Incorporated is better?
Rocket Ships Inc. Let's say.
Vroom Vroom LLC.
Yeah, there you go. How about Blast Off?
With
Blue
an exclamation
Origin.
point.
Yeah, Blue Origin.
Because we're the blue. Because we're the blue marble in the universe, and
Gina, you don't have to explain it.
Now, is this
start here and then go out?
You don't.
This is Bezos we're talking about.
Yeah.
Astro Jeff Inc. Yeah. There you go.
Amazon in space.
Sure.
But anyway, his space venture, Blue Origin, he says that they didn't get the contract because they aren't woke. No, never. He says that they'll soon begin selling tickets for rides in space for tourists. Blue Origin did not reveal how much the tickets will cost, only saying that more details will come on May 5th. So I guess this is the name of the. So the company is Blue Origin, and then this is the rocket. New Shepard is designed to carry as many as 6 people on a ride past the edge of space, with the capsule on previous test flights reaching an altitude of more than 340,000 feet. It's the New Shepard rocket. Again, not a good name.
No.
New Shepard rocket. It's the New Shepard rocket.
What do you want to call it? Rockety McBlastoffy?
I want to Rockety Rockface.
Yeah. Rocket McRockface.
Yeah. New Shepard.
Amazon Prime directive. People texted. Yes. Thank you.
But you will to be serious about it. I think you're going to see people going into space like this, and I mean they'll just go up, go through the atmosphere, go up there so that they can experience weightlessness. Probably not even do an orbit at first, and come back down. And you'll see this happening pretty soon.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I think there are people who could, if they've got the money, they could do it now. I don't even think you need to be specifically very fit or anything. You could just still do it.
And let's see. Andrews points out that Pan Am is not being used. Well, I just remember it from 2001, because they had space planes in 2001 that were Pan Am planes.
That's right. They did.
Apparently, we have a rocket engineer who's listening that says space tourism is a terrible idea.
I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm just saying it will probably happen.
People are going to die. Yeah, there's a lot that can go wrong. Yeah.
And I know we have some people who work for SpaceX.
Yes.
Who listen to the show. So maybe that's him, and maybe it's the Musk-Bezos rivalry that's causing him to. I don't think it's a particularly good idea either, but if you want to throw your money at it, I guess do it. Let's see. Michael Cohen is predicting that Rudy Giuliani will flip on Trump. Rudy will give him up in a heartbeat, says Cohen. It takes one to know one, by the way. The maxim applies to Donald Trump's former attorney, Michael Cohen, and then Rudy Giuliani. And Cohen says he'll say anything and everything to try and save his own skin.
I believe that.
Says who? Says who?
He's got a ton of stuff that he could talk about Trump. I'm certain of it. There's going to be a ton of documentation. There's going to be a bunch of tweets and a bunch of texts and a bunch of God knows what else. Well, God knows what else? Hunter Biden's laptops. That's what it is.
What?
Rudy Giuliani says he had them.
And why didn't he present them to us?
Well, he tried to give them to the FBI.
They won't take them. I don't understand.
I don't think you actually offered it to them, because if you'd have said this is Hunter Biden's laptop, I think they would have taken it.
Well,
and if you had it all this time, why haven't you presented it instead of just told us what's on it?
Well, because I think for channels it has to go. He'll have some excuse for everything. The FDA is going to ban menthol cigarettes, it looks like. You cannot sell menthol cigarettes any longer. The ban on menthol cigarettes, it's an anti-smoking measure that civil rights groups have long pushed for. The FDA says that more than 85% of black Americans who smoke prefer menthol cigarettes, compared with 46% of Hispanic smokers, 29% of white smokers. The FDA says across all races, more than half of smokers 12 to 17 years of age, or between 12 and 17 years of age, choose menthol. Advocates of a menthol ban say black communities have been aggressively targeted by tobacco companies promoting menthols, which researchers say are even more addictive than regular cigarettes.
I guess kids like them too, apparently. Part of the reason that they...
I couldn't stand them. As a smoker, I could not...
Really?
I could not stand menthol cigarettes. But they'd always say, if you're a smoker, if you get a cold, if you have a cold or throat problems, switch to menthol.
This is a question, and I have the same question because I don't know. What's the difference between menthol cigarettes and regular cigarettes?
Well, they're just infused with a menthol.
Like, do they taste like a Vicks Vapor Rub? Is that what they taste like?
There's a kind of a think of it just a menthol lozenge.
I've never smoked one, so I don't know.
When you inhale the smoke, it just feels like there's menthol in it, and you can smell it. and you sort of taste it, and and if you're a real smoker, not one of those fake smokers you see on TV all the time, you draw that smoke deep into your lungs, and you can sort of feel the menthol in there. They're nasty.
It's Boner Fight, the final round.
All right, here we go. The winner from round 1 back in the 7 o'clock hour. It was, we're not forcing kids, we're making it easily available. This is the story. There are a couple of high schools here in Salt Lake in the Granite District where they're going to be having clinics where you can get a vaccine. You can get a COVID-19 vaccine at the high school. Now, they're not making the kids get the vaccine, and other people that can get it too. It's just to make it community-wide. Well, people have been going through the parking lots of these schools, putting flyers on the windshields of cars saying, the vaccine is dangerous, don't get the vaccine, big pharma, all of that kind of stuff. That's number 1. Going against Boner candidate number 2, if I were a Democrat, I'd already be on Mount Rushmore. That's what Donald Trump seems to think. He did so much good for the country. If he'd been a Democrat, they would have started working on that halfway through his term in office. He was such a great president. That's what he says. Number 2.
Your party was in charge when you were president. You could have. All right, let's get to voting for Boner of the Day. Here you go, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and text that to 33986. Or call the producer's booth in Salt Lake. They'd be happy to talk to you. 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com, looking for the box that says Boner Fight April 30, 2021, and vote there. You may not see that box right away when you get to our website. Refresh your browser to make sure it appears, okay? You have until the end of these messages. Let's go. This is Boner of the Day.
It's not a big deal, but I guarantee you, Gina, if today were the day you were going to court at 8:15, you would not have come to work.
It's true.
You wouldn't have come to work.
That's true.
I would too.
I don't think you would have.
You would have said, I got court. And we'd say, when? And you'd go, I don't know. And that'd be it,
I'm not sure.
You wouldn't come in.
Court sometime.
I got court sometime. I don't know.
On another topic, a totally different topic. Yesterday, we went to lunch at the Lone Star Steakhouse in Sugar House with the staff, and Gina was there with her baby, and I was the little Jonesy, who's almost a year old and just as cute as anything, and I was the only person at the table who made the baby cry.
Well, she's my daughter. She knows you make me cry
everybody
day.
Everybody else is going doobie playing with the baby and
Again,
being cute
Gina,
with the baby.
that doesn't work because I didn't make her cry.
That's true.
And I've made you cry.
That's true.
On the radio.
I went and sat down by the baby to just kind of bonding. Hi, it's your Uncle Bill. Cried.
Even Artie Fufkin didn't make her cry.
No, I thought for sure Artie was going to make her cry.
Hello, baby. Hello, baby. Hello, baby. Hello, baby.
He did that for like
baby.
10 minutes.
And kept waving his hand.
He said, "Don't eat trans fats or you'll end up looking like me."
Even Artie didn't make the baby cry.
Artie could have picked the baby up and placed the baby in his mouth, and the baby wouldn't have cried. The whole head, and the baby wouldn't have cried.
I think it's your facial hair. Might make you look scary. I'm just guessing.
Was I the only one there with facial hair?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Heather. Just kidding, Heather.
She hasn't experienced a lot of facial hair.
Yeah.
Maybe. And then I brought her over to you later. Like, it's safe with Mommy holding you kind of thing. And I gave Bill a hug. See, he's nice.
She didn't cry then, but she was barely holding it.
She had the face.
Barely holding it together.
She had the
You could see
face.
she was just like any second she was just going to...
It was the face.
We were there for 2 hours, and she was good the whole time we were there. I didn't have to get up and walk around with her once.
Are you surprised?
No, but...
Are you bragging?
Yes.
Okay. So she's like that all the time. You're just bragging.
Yes.
Yeah. And she didn't do that once, does she usually? Well, no. Well, wow.
She ate all kinds of things for lunch I didn't eat. She had tomatoes. She ate the tomatoes off my salad and my onions.
Did not.
And then, she ate all my onions, and then I picked onions.
She really ate onions?
Oh, yeah. Loves onions. And I said, Carrie, you can eat that onion?
Here.
But she doesn't have teeth.
She has 4.
That onion even had blue cheese dressing on it,
Yeah.
Gina, which is something else that you wouldn't eat.
Well, now that says a lot to me, and because when I sat down by the baby, and maybe this is why she cried, I went, "Hi, honey. God, your breath stinks." That's why she cried. That's why she cried.
.39, let's award Boner of the Day.
And the Boner of the Day is brought to you in part by a chicken sandwich and a couple of French fries.
Why just a couple of French? Why would you only have a couple of French fries?
Cutting out carbs, baby.
Oh, man.
Trying to cut out the carbs.
I'm not. I'll have the rest of your French fries, though.
And?
That's it.
Anybody? Okay. So we had Boner candidate number 1. We're not forcing kids. We're just making it easily available. That is, the vaccine clinics are going to be in some high schools here in Utah. No need, you crazy anti-vaxxers. Don't go putting flyers on cars in the high school parking lot about how, urging not to get a vaccine. Just don't do that. Going up against number 2, Donald Trump saying, if I were a Democrat, I'd already be on Mount Rushmore. I'd be on there twice, maybe. There's no point in going into it, is there?
Yeah. No.
And the winner of the two, really a lot of votes.
Really? Good.
And an overwhelming number of votes for Boner candidate number 1.
Oh.
We're not forcing kids. We're making it easily available.
There you go. That's your boner of the day for today, April 30, 2021. Now qualified to be boner of the week, and that will be decided by Dave the Flower Guy in our next break. He is the Georgia Republican who has come to take away your vote because you don't do it right.
Today is the anniversary, and I forget what year, that Mr. Potato Head was introduced as a toy by the Hasbro Company. 1952. Mr. Potato Head, invented and developed by George Lerner. It was first manufactured and distributed by Hasbro in 1952, and it was the first toy ever advertised on television.
Really?
Yeah.
Not till 1952?
Yeah. It was remained, and it's remained in production ever since. In its original form, Mr. Potato Head was offered as just separate plastic parts, and then you were supposed to take a real potato. And I think that's the way it should have stayed. You take a real potato and you create a character on a real potato.
This was a conflict because my mother always said, "Don't play with your food."
Yeah,
so
it's a waste of food.
Well, no, you could.
conflict.
We used to do it, and then once you'd created a couple of crazy faces, then you'd peel the potato and fry it up, take the plastic out of it. You'd eat it afterwards. But there were too many complaints of parents saying, my kids are making these potato creations, and then they're just leaving them there, and we got rotten potatoes all over the house.
Yeah.
So that's when they figured out that they should do something different with it.
But does anybody buy them as other than a joke now? Like, does anybody think, oh, I know a child will love this toy that will sit in the floor and play with? Do they buy them for that now?
They weren't very entertaining even when they first came out, Gina. They weren't that
They're
entertaining.
just joke gifts now.
They were never very entertaining.
The potato heads, the most recent purchase of potato heads for me was, it was, I can tell you, where did Tweaky go? Here we go. It was when Felix Silla was in our studio. Back in 2007, I bought a giant potato head case that had inside of it 3 potato heads.
Really?
There was a Darth Vader, a C-3PO.
Darth Tater.
Darth Tater, a C-3PO. I don't remember the potato C-3PO. And R2 Potato.
Yeah.
And they were all in this one big container. And we were... that was the last one that I had. I think I got Dave Prowse to autograph that. And then the autograph wiped off, and I wind up selling it anyway.
Here are the potato heads.
Okay.
Luke Skywalker.
Yes.
Yam Solo.
Yes.
Spudafett. That's a stretch.
Okay.
That is a stretch, but
yeah, the rest of them are not such a stretch. But...
Princess Tater.
Yes.
And I don't see a C-3PO one.
Look up Optimus Prime.
Optimus Prime?
Because there was a potato head version of Optimus Prime.
Throughout the years, Mr. Potato Head played many roles. He became the spokes spud for the Great American Smokeout. So I don't know why they chose Mr. Potato Head for the Great American Smokeout. He was featured in he's been in the Toy Hall of Fame for quite some time. And
it's Optimash Prime.
Optimash Prime. That's it. And people are reminding me that it wasn't a C-3PO potato head, it was a Stormtrooper potato head, which was Spud Trooper, I think is what it was called. So yeah.
So there you go. It was never much of a toy. You could sort of change. There were different mouths, different eyes. You could sort of move them around. But it got kind of old.
The problem with the original potato head, the one with the potato, was that the feet were never big enough to hold it up.
It had to be stabilized. Yeah.
You had to use a smallish potato, and then the head was crowded, and it looked weird. I think about these things. I do.
In 1995, there was a computer game called Mr. Potato Head Saves Veggie Valley.
Ooh.
And, yeah.
Andrew says that the 3PO one could be called Yukon Goldenrod. Because Goldenrod was Hans' nickname for him. So, we're stretching it there.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break and we'll crawl towards the exits and have Dave award Boner of the Week after these. X96.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day, and today's word is...
melon. M-E-L-O-N, melon. Today's word was submitted by friend of the program, Allison P. Allison says she heard this word used on local news during discussion of voter turnout in our past electoral event. Allison didn't specify if the word was used by a newsreader or by someone being interviewed for the news. We can only speculate. Thanks, Allison. And if you hear a Utah word, please send your example to radiofromhell@x96.com. Please put Utah word in the subject line. Again, the word is melon.
Hey there, LeGrand. I got to ask you something.
Okay.
Do I talk funny? Huh? I mean, I recognize that I sound different than some folks that I talk to down at the Golden Hour Center. I mean, you know I go down there and I play cards with the old folks on Thursday.
Well, I know that you do. But what makes you think that you talk funny? Do you talk different than them Golden Hours folks?
Yeah, some, I guess. I mean, a bunch of them are not original Utahns, and when I say certain things to them, they look at me strange, and then I know I've said something that they didn't get or think was correct.
Well, for instance?
Well, we was talking about the election. Mm-hmm. And like I said, a bunch of them aren't from Utah, but they said they'd voted anyway. And I said, how did you vote, especially when you weren't in your home state? How did you vote? And they have something called an absentee ballot, and they vote by way of the Postal Service. And I said, oh, I vote that way too right here in my home state. I do a melon ballot. And man, everybody just stopped and stared at me.
What? I don't get it. What was wrong with that?
Well, then one of them said, real smart aleck kind of guy, puts down his cards and says, a melon ballot? You got a cantaloupe running for governor? Huh? Honeydew running for mayor? How many melons are office holders here in Utah, he says.
Well, why would he say that? I mean, you was talking about sending in your vote through the mail, not voting for melons.
Right. I said I sent my melon ballot, not a ballot to vote for a melon. There's a big difference between a melon ballot and a melon ballot, I would say.
Well, exactly. Besides, what kind of idiot would vote for a cantaloupe?
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
9:51. Time to award Boner of the Week.
Yeah, and we don't feel competent to do that. We let the listeners, you friends of the program, decide all throughout the week who the winning candidates are, and then who are we, Carrie, Bill, and or Gina, to say, oh, this is the worst one of the week. I don't feel like I am worthy of doing it even. But I know one person who is. It's Dave the Flower Guy. Ahoy, hoy, Dave.
Ahoy, hoy.
There he is.
What's great about Dave is he's unbiased. See, if it was me, I would be biased towards certain subjects. Where Dave, he's unbiased.
Yeah, there are times when you expect Dave's I know Dave will select this one, and he doesn't. So
Keeps you
Dave,
guessing.
Dave, and he pays closer attention to the morning show than we do. He knows all the details. He's listened all week. Very seldom does he miss a show, and that's why we think he's the perfect person to pick Boner of the Week. Are you ready to go, David?
Yep, I'm ready to go.
Okay, here we go. Number 1 from Monday. You look pretty hot, so let me know if there's a problem with the rent, okay? This is a Utah. I'm starting to say that so well. It makes me feel like I'm that guy. You look pretty hot, so let me know if there's a problem with the rent, okay? I'm that guy, aren't I?
No, you're not.
No. A Utah landlord attempting to exploit a renter for sexual favors because she was unable to pay the rent. Luckily, the victim reached out to authorities. It's number 1. Boner candidate number 2 from Tuesday. Hey, you vaxxed teachers, you stay away from our kids, okay? It's a private school in Miami, informing teachers that if they get vaccinated, they have to stay away from the kids because the owner of this private school has some bizarre ideas that vaccinated people can somehow negatively affect unvaccinated people. Boner candidate number 3 from Wednesday. You know, there's a hot spot reserved in hell for Mr. LaPierre and his wife, Susan. The head of the NRA at the time, Wayne LaPierre. This video, by the way, is about 6-7 years old. It had been suppressed by the NRA, but somebody got a hold of it. They traveled to Africa to hunt African bush elephants. LaPierre couldn't hit the elephant. He's supposed to be this gun guy, the head of the NRA. Mm-hmm. He was a lousy shot. Finally, one of the guides had to shoot the elephant for him, essentially. Well, his wife, Susan, she was a better shot. She brought her elephant down one shot and then cut off its tail and held up the tail while proclaiming victory. Number 4, how can people be so ugly? To carve the words white power onto a rock near Moab that features thousands of years old Indian petroglyphs. Boner candidate number 5 from today. We're not forcing the kids. We're making it just easily available. This is vaccine clinics. Well, you just heard it a second ago.
Yeah.
You know what it is. So, Dave, which one is the worst, do you think?
Number 4.
From yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Now, see, that surprises me that you picked that one. Well, they're all good candidates.
They're all good this week. This is a good week of candidates.
Number 4. Carving white power into the rock. All right, Dave, thank you very much for your service. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Cool. Lawn mowing gearing up pretty well?
Yep.
Okay. All right, then. We'll say goodbye then. Goodbye.
Have a good weekend, Dave.
Get to work.
Very good. Yeah, I might go to Lagoon later.
Lagoon. It'll be a nice warm day for Lagoon.
Dave loves Lagoon.
Yes,
All
tomorrow
right.
especially, apparently.
All right, see you, Dave.
Thanks, Dave.
See you, bye.
Bye-bye.
I'll bet the people who work the rides and stuff at Lagoon, they know Dave.
Sure they do. He's famous.
He goes to Lagoon fairly often, and I'll bet it's Dave. Hi, Dave.
Now, before we go, Carrie, I need that info on where to go shop for mousetrap supplies. Where am I going?
It's not at an advertiser, but
It's Ace Hardware somewhere in Brighton.
But that's a specific one that I need to...
Yeah, I don't know if they're doing it at all Ace Hardwares, but certainly the one at Brighton Point.
Okay.
They're doing it. Let's see what we got here. It's 3438 Bengal Boulevard.
Now, why that one?
It's a customer appreciation event. Every customer receives a free bucket.
And I'm in need of a bucket.
Yeah.
Because Mohammed, I told him he could make his mousetrap this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And we need...
It's probably that one because it's new.
Oh, is it a new one?
Okay.
That's a new one. It's up by my parents' house.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So he's making a mousetrap out of a bucket. And what is it like? It's hanging on a rope, and then when the mouse comes along, the bucket drops down over the.
No, it's. I'll do a Facebook Live video of it when we get the mousetrap built.
It also says here, in addition to any regular priced item that fits in the bucket, 20% off. So
good, because we need a dowel.
The dowel,
and we need
and all that. Do they sell peanut butter at Ace?
Where are you going to come up with a soda can, though? I know you need a soda can.
I bet you can get a soda can at Ace.
And if you go there tomorrow, you'll see our friend Steph is there.
Oh, okay.
So that's who sent me that info. So.
Thanks, Steph.
So get you a bucket, free bucket. How can you pass up a free bucket?
No,
Hell,
that's what I'm saying. I don't want to.
Bucket.
I don't want to pay for a bucket.
Send
buckets
Sue
come
down
in
there.
handy. Buckets come in very handy.
I'll be recording Geek Show at that time, but maybe I'll send Sue down there to get the bucket.
Get a bucket.
Yeah. Get me a bucket. All right. Yeah, I'd drive 20 minutes for a free bucket. Yes, Ivy, I would.
Of course.
Damn right I would, but...
It's nothing.
Ivy, come on.
Every store should try the free bucket approach, I think.
What kind of a question is that?
Every store should try the free bucket approach. I think they'd be very successful.
All right, I think we're good. Fine job, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
You're damn right I'd drive 20 minutes for a free bucket.
Hell, Corey's already on his way to get his. That's why he's not here next.
Hell yeah, Sergeant Perez.
Sarge is next.